The Man in the Iron Mask.
Suggested from the thrilling version by Alexander Dumas and written specially for radio by Eric Scott. A George Edwards production. There is no subject more shrouded in mystery and at the same time more generally discussed in Europe than the strange case of the man in the iron mask who lived and died in the 18th century. Everybody knew he was an exalted person, and in spite of his activities, he was paid all the respect and homage due to one of high rank. Yet nobody knew his name nor saw him, all because of a forbidding steel mask which locked his face from the world. What was the career which this man exchanged for a life of silence and seclusion? Was it the dissolute life of a courtier, the intrigues of a diplomat, the scaffold of a state criminal, or the renown of some warrior? What had he given up? Was it love? Was it glory? Or was it a throne? History tells us he was placed in the dark arches of the prison of Pignerol and Exilius. The Bastille also hid him, and eventually he was transported to the island Sainte Marguerite, as it was known in those days. A charming island of sandy beaches, wooded groves, marred only by a grim fortress rising high on forbidding brown rocks. Time and death can perhaps erase the pain and suffering which might have been in the life of this mysterious masked man. But time has not effaced the lovely island itself. For now, on a beautiful morning in this present day, we see a small motor yacht idling on sunlit waters off the coast of France quite near this island. Manila cane chairs littered with gaily colored cushions are to be seen on the aft deck, and there are 2 red and green sun umbrellas, drinks on a small cane table, and a coil of cigarette smoke rising heavenwards, which betokens the most calm of days. The smoke comes from the cigarette of a good-looking man in his middle 30s. He is in the act of gently waking a pretty girl who sleeps in the long chair beside him.
Louise? Louise, wake up. Look, land's in sight.
Oh, Michael, what a charming-looking island.
There's a nice white beach.
Wonderful, we can swim.
Anyhow, I'll ask Bowling all about it. Are you happy, darling?
Happy? Oh, Michael, when you suggested a honeymoon on your yacht, I never dreamt it would be as wonderful as this. Darling, I'd like this to go on for hundreds of years.
Hundreds of years is a long time. Incidentally, there's something on that island which seems to be very old. It looks like a castle, unless the rocks are playing tricks with my imagination. It's built high up.
I can't see.
No, but use these binoculars.
Oh.
Ah, Captain Bowling. I was going forward to have a talk with you. Land's in sight.
Yes.
Louise and I thought we might swim. There seems to be a beach.
Michael, that is a castle. I can see the turrets and the walls.
Do you know the island, Captain?
Yes, I do. When I came through here 3 years ago, there was a sort of caretaker then, a man called Nicholas. I don't know whether the island's inhabited now. Still, we can start up the engine and make for the place straight away. Oh, incidentally, that's where the man in the iron mask spent his last days.
The man in the iron mask?
Yes, you know about him.
I seem to have heard a story about the man in the iron mask.
Oh, there's not one story. There are 100, Mr. Dent.
100?
Yes.
But who was he and why did he wear a mask?
It certainly wasn't his own choice. Apparently this man was forced to wear a mask and was imprisoned on that island for many years. This old fellow Nicholas can tell you more than I can, really. But whoever he was, his name was kept secret and his face hidden from everybody.
Oh, how weird.
He was probably a well-known political prisoner.
Yes, that is a popular theory. But some go even further than that. Some say that he was the son of Anne of Austria.
Anne of Austria?
Oh, Anne of Austria, of course, was the wife of Louis XIII. Oh, anyway, I'll give orders straight away and we'll make a landing.
It'll be most interesting, darling, won't it, exploring the island and the fortress?
Yes, I suppose so, Michael. Except that, well, it's all so weird, isn't it? To think that nearly 300 years ago a man had his face locked in a mask and his body locked in a fortress. Oh, it makes me a little frightened.
Frightened? But, darling, that was nearly 300 years ago.
Yes, ghosts of the past, I suppose. But still, people may die and be buried, but Some say their thoughts still remain alive. Their hates, their loves, their torments, and their souls, as it were. Did you know that spiritualists believe that a tormented soul often revisits the scene of its torment?
Up the steps, monsieur and madame. As you can see, well-worn steps. They were on the tear of centuries.
I think the fortress is in remarkably good condition, Monsieur Nicolas.
Oh, up here on the heights, yes. But down below, the dungeons, you would not believe. Water rats the size of young dogs, and ooze and slime where 100 living things crawl. Up these stairs, though, and along this passage, the rooms in which the prisoners were locked are, yes, the fare is good, because here was the best workmanship, the strongest bolts, and the strongest bars. Here is a very special room which I will show you.
It's all very interesting, isn't it, darling? This place is over 300 years old.
Yes, I suppose it is interesting.
What's the matter?
Oh, the place depresses me, Michael. There's something about it.
Will you come this way, monsieur? This is the showpiece of the fortress, Marguerite.
Indeed.
You have heard of the man in the iron mask.
We've been talking of nothing else on the yacht.
Well, this is where he lived, these two rooms. High up on the cliff. The barred windows looking down into that foaming cauldron below. Look, monsieur.
Come right in, darling. There's no need to stand back. So this is where he was imprisoned, eh?
Yes, for some years. This was the sitting room and beyond the bedroom. Some say that he was an Englishman.
An Englishman?
There is a report that he was the Duke of Monmouth, the natural son of Charles II.
But the Duke of Monmouth was executed for organizing an armed rebellion.
Ah, monsieur, but the story goes that another man was executed in the place of the Duke of Monmouth. Others say that this man was the son of the Duke of Buckingham.
The Duke of Buckingham? He came to France in 1625 to escort to England Henriette of France, the sister of the French king.
You are a student of history, monsieur.
Although my husband is French, he took all honours at Cambridge.
But these are only the English tales. If I could tell you what I have heard. Ah, these walls, if they could only speak. It might interest you to know that everybody who came into these rooms to talk with the man in the iron mask always remained standing, always remained bareheaded.
Then he must have been a man of noble birth.
He had the finest linen, the best of books. Food was always served to him upon silver and gold plate. And when he died, everything was burned. All his belongings, his linen, his clothes, mattresses, bed clothing, and even the bedstead and the chairs.
Why? Why?
So that none would discover his identity. Even the silver plate was melted down, and these walls here were washed in the fear that he may have written the messages. By even this floor, the stone flagging. Look at it, monsieur, madame.
What about the floor?
Every piece of flagging was taken up for fear that he might have hidden a note underneath, or made some mark which might disclose his identity.
No, monsieur, the more I hear of this man, the more astounded I am.
Ah, the tales I could tell. Once this prisoner threw his shirt through that window down into those foaming waves below. A servant found the shirt 3 days later, washed up on the sandy beach. And it was covered with writing.
Writing, Monsieur Nicholas?
Yes, madame. He was brought before the governor and asked if he had read any of the writing. He said he had not, but mark this well. 3 days later, that servant was found dead in his bed.
Oh, Michael, it'll be dark soon. You promised to swim. Could we go now?
Even this prison door now. The wonderful workmanship. You unlock with the key. But to lock, you just pull the door shut, and it locks automatically. Even in those days, there were clever craftsmen. Now, stay just for a moment, monsieur. Now, I will walk ahead. The candelabra at the stairs has been blown out by the breeze.
Amazing. This door locks automatically. What clever craftsmanship. And we think we're so modern.
Aren't you coming, Michael?
Yes, darling, but I just want to see how this works.
Oh, Michael, I'm being a beast. I know I am, and I suppose it's almost terribly interesting, but this whole place depresses me. Even on the yacht, I told you how I felt. The horror of those days, the torment. I've been thinking of that poor tortured man.
And what was it you said? Some people believe that the soul comes back to revisit the scene of its torture.
Michael, you must come. I'm not staying here another moment.
All right.
Michael, you locked yourself in.
Oh, stupid of me. I'm so interested in the door.
Now I'll have to go and get Monsieur Niklaus with his keys to unlock it again. Monsieur Niklaus?
Yes, madame. The candles are alight now. It is a dark turn at this step.
Oh, Monsieur Niklaus, my husband. He was so interested in that contraption, the door that locks automatically, and now he's locked himself in. Will you come back and unlock the door, please?
Oh, but certainly, madame. You are not pleased with the island?
Oh, the island's very pretty, but this place is so gloomy.
And no wonder. The broken hearts that have stopped beating within these walls. The torment, for instance, of the man in the iron mask. It is said that sometimes he walks in these rooms.
Oh, please open the door quickly.
I have not seen him, for I keep well away in my quarters outside the fortress after dark. But there was one woman, my wife's sister. She has heard him wailing, so she said.
Oh, it's all such a lot of nonsense. Please, why are you fumbling with the keys?
Why, madame, this particular key I have left on the little table inside.
Oh,
how stupid of me. Your husband, Monsieur Dent, he will be able to open the door from the inside.
Michael, the key's on the little table inside. Michael!
Monsieur Dent!
Michael! Why don't you answer, Michael? Michael, can't you hear me? Can't you hear?
But he must hear, madame. 2 small rooms, he must have heard.
Michael! Michael, answer me! Michael, what happened? Michael! Michael!
What has happened behind the locked door of this grim old fortress? Louise's fear now becomes a most awful panic as she beats her fists against the great oak door. And panic becomes a frenzy as her repeated cries bring nothing but complete silence from the other side. Make sure you hear the next exciting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Already we have heard of the amazing significance in Europe of the Man in the Iron Mask. In fact, nobody ever knew his name, yet many were prepared to put forward theories as to his identity. The Man in the Iron Mask lived and died in the 18th century. And in this 20th century, one beautiful summer's morning, Michael and Louise Dent, honeymooning on their yacht off the coast of France, suddenly come upon the island where the Man in the Iron Mask had been imprisoned. During their inspection of the fortress, Michael has been accidentally locked in the rooms of the Man in the Iron Mask. He does not reply when his wife calls from the other side of the door.
Why don't you answer? Michael! Michael!
Monsieur! What is the matter in there?
Oh, something's happened in the room. I never wanted to come near this hateful place, but Michael insisted. Oh, quickly, monsieur, you must open the door.
But it is locked,
Well,
madame.
surely there's another key. Michael! Michael!
There is a key downstairs. I will go and get it at once, madame. You will come too?
No, I'm staying here, but hurry, please, hurry, monsieur. Oh, goodness knows what's happened inside there. Oh, Michael, why don't you answer? What's happened to you?
Hurrying down the stairs, the old caretaker took some time to find the duplicate key of the prison rooms of the Man in the Iron Mask. But eventually he was back again with this second key on a great ring. Louise, white-faced, tight-lipped, stood aside quickly as he pushed the great key into the lock.
I feel almost afraid now. Almost afraid to walk inside there.
Enter, madame.
Michael! Michael!
The room. It is empty.
He must be in the other room. Oh, good heavens, this room is empty too.
Mon Dieu.
But surely he couldn't have... Oh, no, not through the window. A terrible drop to the sea below.
It would be impossible for him to climb through the windows, madame. Look at the iron bars.
But there's no other way out. Monsieur Nicholas, there's no other way out. He must be here.
But he is not, madame. It brings fear to my heart. Remember I told you that I've been strange tales of these rooms and the man in the iron mask.
Oh, don't talk like that. He must be here somewhere. Perhaps he's behind this writing desk.
He could hardly hide behind that, madame. Let us leave these rooms, madame. He is not here.
There must be some other way out. Perhaps a secret door, a secret panel.
Madame, did I not tell you that when the man in the iron mask died, all the walls of these rooms were washed, all his personal belongings burned, and even his flagstones were taken up and examined underneath? There is no other exit from this room.
But that's absurd. He couldn't just disappear.
Madame, are you quite sure that he was inside the room when the door automatically locked? As you know, the passage was dim, the candles were blown out at the top of the stairs. Perhaps he was outside all the time.
Yes, that seems to be the only explanation, monsieur. Either that or else I'm going crazy. And yet I'm sure I saw him on the other side of the door before it closed. Oh, dear heaven, my head is going round and round. I don't know what I saw now. I don't know what I'm saying. Monsieur, we've got to find him. We must search the fortress through and through. You've got to help me. I must find my husband.
So the search began. Every room, every passageway, the battlements and turrets, and finally the dungeons underneath, oozing with slime. Nicholas had a plan of the fortress, and the job was done methodically. But there was no sign of Michael Dent. Now the sun was sinking, and a quick darkness was spreading across the sky and over the island itself, turning the lush green and the brown rocks into sinister and menacing shadows. And finally a great fire was lit on the beach, and by this fire Louise sat waiting, hoping against hope that her husband would see its brightness and come to her. And all this time her thoughts flew to the two rooms in the fortress, and the fact that they belonged to the man in the iron mask. This strange person who lived in his seclusion in the middle of the 18th century. Towards 3 a.m, there was a movement in the darkness, and Louise sprang to her feet. But soon the leaping flames of the fire showed the face of Monsieur Nicholas. Louise hurried towards him.
You have news, monsieur?
I am sorry, madame. There is no news. But my wife, she insists that you come to our quarters. There is coffee waiting for you.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. You're very kind.
Take my arm, madame. Although I have a lantern, it is dark and the path is very rough. Madame, I have been talking with my wife. She has decided that she will not stay here any longer. Tonight, it is a finish.
She was frightened before?
Very frightened. As I told you earlier in the day, she believes that the rooms of the man in the iron mask are haunted. She firmly believes that he revisits the scenes of his torment.
Oh.
Just a moment. Keep still. Keep perfectly still.
What's the matter?
In the undergrowth there, I heard the snapping of a twig. Just a moment while I raise my lantern.
Are you there, Louise?
Michael!
Monsieur Dent!
Oh, Michael! Michael, where have you been? Oh, darling, what happened to you? I've been nearly out of my mind with worry.
When did you disappear, Tony? We have been searching frantically.
Oh, I didn't realize it was so late. The time has gone so quickly, and I was so absorbed in
what?
Never mind. Oh, darling, when I looked at the time and I discovered how late it was...
But where have you been? What does this all mean, Michael?
I'll tell you later, not now.
Not now? But why are you being so mysterious? Darling, don't you understand? I've been almost frantic.
The whole island has been beside itself, monsieur. Oh, but this is wonderful news. I must hurry and tell my wife. Bring him with you, madame. The coffee I promised. Perhaps we will learn more then.
Darling, what is all this?
I don't want to say anything in front of that Frenchman, but I have discovered something, Louise. Something that might rock France from border to border.
But what is it?
Let's have our coffee. Then I'll take you to the rooms of the man in the iron mask.
Michael Dent's silence over coffee made the old caretaker's wife more nervous than she had been before. She was convinced that this man had had some visitation from the past and was frightened to speak of it. And later, when Captain Balling had been given no explanation either, he too had his reactions, but they were reactions of anger. He felt that Michael Dent had been playing some practical joke. But later, much later, with the first light of dawn, when everybody was asleep, Michael roused his wife, and together they climbed the stone steps of the fortress and into its cavern-like interior, and to the suite of the man in the iron mask. Louise gave a frightened gasp as he walked inside and locked the door.
There's no need to worry, darling. There's nothing to be afraid of. Nothing of the supernatural, is it what you're thinking? The door is locked. We will be uninterrupted. As you know, Louise, I was so interested in that lock because it was like one of our modern ones. The automatic fixtures and the workmanship. And then I noticed on this side of the door this ornamentation in the shape of a bull. See, this side of the lock, just where you push the key in.
Oh, yes, Michael.
Well, then I happened to look above the door. There. Just above the middle of the door, on the wall, see?
The frieze to match.
Yes. More ornamentation in the shape of bulls. But that one above the door is different somehow. It's made of the same metal as this lock, the same color. That is why I pulled up a chair. Why I got on the chair so I could examine it more closely. And then the wonderful thing happened. I placed my hand on the metal. There seemed to be some kind of movement, and look.
Good heavens, Michael, it moved.
Yes, a secret door, Louise. And of all places, above the original door. Who would ever think of finding a door above a door?
Oh, this is extraordinary.
Do you blame me when I scrambled up there? I was so excited I had no thought of anything else.
But didn't you hear me call?
No, but I thought you had gone for the key. When I climbed up inside into that room up above, the panel shut and I couldn't open it again. I waited for you to come into the room, but heard nothing, so I started exploring.
I couldn't get in because the key was inside.
Yes, I discovered that later. Anyhow, my discovery.
What did you find up there?
Better come up and see for yourself, my dear. Then you'll understand why I've said nothing. Here, let me help you.
Yes.
This table is much higher than the chair, if you can manage that with my help.
Yes, Michael. Oh, it's all so odd. The rooms of the man in the iron mask. Surely he didn't use this room, too. And if he did, to what purpose?
You'll see. Now see. Now stay up there, my dear. I can manage quite easily.
Why, what a strangely furnished room.
Furnished as all rooms were furnished in 1760 or thereabouts.
1760?
Something like that. This desk. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, yes.
I wiped the thick dust away there, but the rest, as you can see, is covered in grime, half an inch thick.
Michael, what's that?
I was waiting for you to see it.
Oh, how hideous. Oh, what a horrible face.
You know what it is?
The mask. The iron mask.
Yes, darling. It's your privilege and mine to look at something that hasn't been seen for nearly 300 years.
Michael.
This dreadful instrument which locked a man away from the world. And here, by this instrument, is the secret which all Frenchmen have been seeking. The life story of the man in the iron mask. Who he was, what he did, and why he was imprisoned here in this fortress.
Oh, Michael.
Sit down, darling. Now you'll understand why I forgot where I was, what was happening. Why I forgot time and place and even my lovely wife. Sit and listen while I read an amazing story from this faded diary. The secret of the man in the iron mask.
So Michael and Louise Dent have stumbled across an amazing secret in this extraordinary room. At their feet is the hideous grinning contraption known as the iron mask. And now in Michael's hands is a faded book with even more faded writing. The secret of the man in the iron mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
During their honeymoon off the coast of France, Michael and Louise Dent aboard their luxury yacht reach a strange island. It is here that Michael accidentally stumbles across the secret of the Man in the Iron Mask, a man whose identity has puzzled so many historians for centuries. Michael discovers a secret room above the prison suite which was occupied by the Man in the Iron Mask. He and his wife find a hideous, grinning contraption which is the mask itself, and in a beautiful inlaid writing desk is a faded diary.
I'll have to read slowly, darling. You see, I must translate as I read it.
Yes, Michael. Do you mind if I sit near you?
Of course not.
Oh, this horrible piece of metal, this grinning contraption.
The mask?
Yes.
Just a moment. It's a horrible instrument, isn't it? Just imagine that your head is locked as this was at the back. See?
Oh, awful.
Well, I'd better begin. This is a record of the unfortunate man whom it was my duty to care for from the time when he was a baby until the time long since when he met his death. It has been my secret charge not to reveal his name, and this promise I kept. But I hope in the centuries to come that the kindliness and the valor and the worthiness of this ward of mine will become known to the world of tomorrow. It's signed Georges Saint-Mars.
Who is Georges Saint-Mars?
Well, you learn as I read on. The events which I describe relating to the Man in the Iron Mask have all been pieced together after several years of contemplation. Some of these events I had no knowledge of at the time, but later I learned what I know now, and what I have written in this diary. For instance, I did not know at the time, in September 1659, that my ward, who was known as Edmund Marchioly, had been frequently meeting the daughter of a peasant farmer on the outskirts of the village where my estate was situated. Picture this little peasant farm in Gascogne, the apple blossom in full bloom, a bountiful harvest, lush green grass growing by a brook which flowed through Farmer Frederick's land. And Edmund Marchioly, my ward, tall, very fair, very good-looking, carrying in his arms the petite Marguerite, daughter of Monsieur Frederick. Already he steps gingerly into the shallow running waters of the brook, and the music of the running waters harmonizes with the sweet laughter of his pretty farmer's daughter. Hold still. If I slip as I carry you across...
What about the geese?
Oh, they'll swim across, silly.
Yes, but who is going to chase them?
Oh, I suppose I'll have to get my feet wet all over again. There you are. So why we didn't walk down to the boundary fence and across by the little...
It's time for the milking. And walking with you...
I know. It takes us a long time, doesn't it? There's so much to talk about. So much to... Oh, Marguerite, I do love you so.
But why? That's what I can't understand. Oh, Edmund, you don't belong here. Your place is up there on the hill, the Mark House.
But it isn't. I was never happy there. Truly. And if I'd known all these years that I was growing up inside those walls while you were here on this farm. It's amazing to think that it's only 2 weeks since we met. Just a chance meeting on a country road. Why are you frowning?
Edmund, I'm frightened. You are not for me, I know that. The villagers are beginning to talk.
But why not? I love you, Margaret. Isn't that enough? And you love me. You do, don't you?
Oh, more than anything else on this earth. Ever since that day on the country road when you picked me up and put me on your horse and brought me in, I've thought of nobody else. Papa wonders what has happened to me.
What have the villagers been saying?
What they always say about you. That your family must be one of the greatest in France because of the goings and comings at the Saint-Mars Castle.
But my family isn't a great family. My guardian Saint-Mars told me so. Don't you see, we're quite ordinary people, really. I understand the Marchiolys had a small estate just outside of Paris. And when my father and mother died, I was entrusted to my guardian's care.
He's like a father to me, as you know. I've been with him ever since I was a baby, ever since I can remember.
But your way of life... Oh, Edmund, don't you see? I've been brought up here on this farm. I milk the cows, I look after the geese, I do all the housework for Papa. Look at my hands. Those aren't the hands of the fine ladies that come to your house.
The most beautiful hand I've ever seen. Like butterflies.
Oh, you say the nicest things, Edmund. But don't be nice to me anymore, please. You're going to break my heart, I know you are.
Oh, don't say that.
I can't see it any other way. If your guardian knew about the two of us, if he knew that... Edmund, you didn't mean it last night when you asked me to.
When I asked you to marry me? Oh, my heart, I just can't live without you. That's the truth.
Have you told your guardian yet?
Well, I intended to tell him at breakfast this morning, but he went out hunting early. I shall tell him tonight. Why, Marguerite, your clock. Look, they're following you across. Well, that saves me another wetting. Oh, darling, what's the matter? You look so unhappy.
Tell me what Monsieur Saint-Mars says, won't you? I almost know before he speaks. But come back to the farm just once and tell me.
When I come back to this farm, I shall take you away. Right up there to the castle on the hill. And one day you'll be mistress of Saint-Mars Castle. I promise that, sweetheart. I promise it with all my heart.
The hunted. There we were with the prospect of at least 24 partridges, and then this bear crosses our path.
A bear?
Yes, and who should he attack but me? I tell you, it was all I could do to keep him off.
Uncle George.
Yes?
Now that we're alone together here in the library tonight, if you could compose yourself, prepare yourself for a surprise.
A surprise?
I've fallen in love, Uncle George.
In love?
Yes.
I don't understand this. There's no one here in Gascogne. I mean, we've had no visitors at the castle since this time last year. No ladies?
This lady lives on the outskirts of the village.
On the outskirts of the village? Who is she?
Her name is Marguerite Frederick. She's the daughter of Papa Frederick, a farmer.
Papa Frederick? You don't... Not that yokel who brings us our pumpkins and our cabbages. Not that white-haired old man with a stick.
Yes, the same.
And you're in love with his daughter.
I've asked her to marry me.
Asked her to marry? Edmund, are you crazy? Have you taken leave of your senses?
I was never more sane in my life, Uncle. For the first time I know what it is to be alive. To be happy when I hear a bird sing. To exult when I see the sun coming up in the morning. Another day. Another day for me to be with Marguerite.
Edmund, this is a terrible shock. I had no idea. I mean, I looked upon you as just a boy.
Just a boy? But I'm 21, Uncle. Didn't it ever occur to you that I might want to get married?
And the thought, years seem to have rushed over so quickly. Edmund, you can't entertain the idea of marrying a peasant woman.
Listen, Uncle George. I've always looked upon you as a father. I love you as a father. But with all my respect and all my love, you can't make me alter my mind. I'm determined that I shall marry Marguerite Frederick. And that's something that nobody can alter. I'm sorry, Uncle, if you don't approve.
Enter.
Monsieur Pond has arrived by coach from Paris.
Monsieur Pond, don't keep him waiting. Show him in at once.
Oui, monsieur. Will you step this way, Mr. Pond?
Thank you.
Oh, my dear Cardinal. At last, shut your mouth. All right, lackey. You can go. Is the country going to your head? You developing into a hobble-de-hoy village idiot? My apologies, Cardinal. But the lackey can be trusted. He is my personal servant. In the joy of seeing you, I didn't realize. I thought we were alone.
Then be more careful in future. If it got about that Cardinal Mazarin from the court of King Louis was visiting you here of all places...
I know, and I'm grievously exposed. I apologize most humbly, my dear Cardinal. Won't you sit down? I'll send for wine.
In a few moments. Let's get down to business first. You sent me an urgent message. Your messenger said he rode all day and all night.
Yes.
I knew that you wouldn't send for me to come personally unless it was something critical. What has happened?
It is my ward. You know who I mean.
Naturally. What is wrong? Is he ill?
Not ill in body, but as far as the mind is concerned... Well, if one could call love an illness...
You mean...
He's fallen in love, Cardinal. He's fallen in love with a peasant girl who lives on the outskirts of the village.
Gosh, this is monstrous. Edmund of all people.
I know. When I heard, I was beside myself with anxiety. I have talked with him, but I have suddenly discovered that he has developed a will of his own, a mind of his own. He is determined to marry this girl.
Marry her? Marry the daughter of a peasant when he is... Yes, of course. This foolishness is catching. I almost said what should never even be breathed. So, Edmund wants to marry. That, of course, is out of the question.
I am powerless. I can do nothing in this matter. The responsibility is now yours, Cardinal. I, like you, realize that if Edmund Marchioly married and there were children, it would wreck France from border to border.
It seems that young Edmund Marchioly is connected in some powerful way with the destiny of France. For here in this room sits Cardinal Mazarin, who is said to rule behind the throne. Make sure you hear the next exciting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
When young Edmund Marchioly tells his guardian that he is in love with Marguerite Frederick, the daughter of a neighboring farmer, George Saint-Mars is horrified. He sends a message to Cardinal Mazarin, who comes at once. The Cardinal is most perturbed, and the concern of these two men make it evident that young Edmund is in some way connected with the destiny of France.
Is it not true, Cardinal? If Edmund married and there were children, France would be split in half.
My dear Saint-Mars, Edmund must not marry, and you will see to it.
But I have told you I'm powerless to stop him. This boy who has suddenly become a man. He has grown so quickly. He has made it clear that nothing will stop this marriage.
Saint-Mars, I leave it to your ingenuity. The boy must not marry. Otherwise, you might lose your head. You heard what I said. There are too many issues at stake. Persuade him. Coerce him. Do what you like. But those are my final words. The boy must not marry.
I am doing what I can, Cardinal. But he has a strong will.
I shall wait here until tomorrow. I expect news from you before I leave your estate. Otherwise...
Come in. Oh, Edmund, yes. Sit down. Sit down.
Of course, Uncle. You sent for me?
Yes, Edmund. I want to have a serious talk with you.
You sound so grave, Uncle. Have I done something wrong?
And not knowingly, Edmund. As you know, you are like a son to me. I've known you ever since you were a baby. My feeling for you is the same feeling that a father has for a son.
Yes, I appreciate that, Uncle.
That is why I am so concerned about you and your future. This little girl, this peasant girl.
Marguerite?
Yes, Marguerite Frederick. You made me understand very clearly that you are determined to marry her.
Well, I love her, Uncle. And you love her too when you meet her.
Before you consider this matrimony further, there is something I must tell you.
Yes?
It concerns your father and mother.
Yes?
You have asked me several times why I never talked to them. You have wondered why I have avoided the subject. There is a reason, Edmund, as you have probably guessed. I have never mentioned your mother or your father because of the hereditary trait in the family.
What?
Your mother was locked in an asylum just after you were born.
Oh.
Her mother before her was insane. There were 3 members of the family insane in the previous generation.
Oh, Uncle George.
Then your dear father, perhaps it was through grief because of this terrible mental affliction which your mother suffered, he too lost his reason. I am sorry, Edmund. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but I felt it was only fair to let you know the truth in case...
In case of what?
My dear boy, you must be brave. This insanity is hereditary. It has passed through 3 generations. You, with thanks be to God, have escaped it. But it might be that your children...
Oh, no.
It might be. Actually, it wouldn't be fair for you to be married at all. It wouldn't be fair to you, nor to your wife, nor to the unborn children. Now, please understand me, Edmund. I'm telling you this for your own good.
This is terrible news, Uncle. I never realized it. And yet I understand now why you were so guarded about my theory. Oh, Uncle,
Now, be of good heart, my boy. There's a great deal in life for you. You shall have these estates when I die, all the friends you want. You can have your intrigues just the same. This peasant girl, for instance.
Don't, Uncle. Don't talk like that.
But, Edmund...
I won't have you talking of Marguerite in that fashion. I love her. I love her with all my heart and soul. In fact, I love her so much. Yes, you're right, Uncle. It wouldn't be fair. Well, darling, that's the story of my life, my family. My mother insane, walled up for years. My father the same way. There was another generation before us.
But, Edmund, there's nothing the matter with you. You have a clear mind, a noble mind. And your children... Oh, I know your children would have no sense.
I don't think you have read as I have read Marguerite.
No, Edmund. I'm just an ignorant peasant, really.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way, you know, I didn't. I wouldn't have you altered, not one jot. What I meant was, I've read several books on this strange subject called heredity. It's an established fact, Marguerite.
You mean that our children might have the same taint as your mother or father?
Yes.
Oh.
And much as I love you, it wouldn't be right, would it? We would hate each other if...
Oh, Edmund, I believe in you.
Yours is the finest mind that I've ever encountered. Your eyes are clear, and I know there's no taint where you're concerned. Edmund, I'm not afraid.
You mean that...
I'm strong, I'm healthy. My thoughts have always been good, and so have yours, dear. Oh, Edmund, I don't care what books you've read. I believe in our love. I believe in you and me. And I know that if we had children, they would be of you and me, not of any horrors in the past.
But, darling,
Oh, that would be the least of my worries. My fear, my constant fear, has always been that your uncle might not approve of me. After all, I am only a peasant. But as far as this objection is concerned, we can fight it. We are stronger than our ancestors and their past.
Oh, darling, I do love you so. There was never anyone like you. You're not only gentle, womanly, tender, but you have strength too. The strength to fight and to live.
I have the strength to fight for my own. And you're mine, Edmund. All mine. Oh, if I thought you would benefit, if I thought you would be better with me away from you, I wouldn't hesitate. But I know that together we are strength.
Come with me, Marguerite.
Where?
To Castle Saint-Mars.
Oh, Edmund,
Remember what you said? Together we are strength. There's nothing to fear when we are together. Tell my uncle what you told me. Then he'll understand the kind of woman you are. Oh, Marguerite, I was so unhappy when I came here to see you tonight. Now, it's just as though it were all a bad dream. There is a future for us both. Uncle, we've talked this out, both of us, and we aren't afraid.
You mean that...
We have decided that we shall be married. We feel we can rise above this horrible taint in my family. We aren't afraid.
But Edmund, your children...
Look at your ward, sire. You should know that his children would be children to be proud of. I would stake my life on it.
There you are, sir. That's our answer to this hereditary trait.
But, my boy, you would be crazy. I, as your guardian, I wouldn't allow it, never.
I'm sorry, Uncle, but your guardianship is past. I'm of age. I can do whatever I wish.
Edmund, can't I appeal to your reason?
You have appealed to my reason, and reason tells us that we are doing what is right. We have confidence, and we have trust in our love. We are not afraid.
Then it is useless to argue with you further.
Quite useless. Our minds are made up. My only wish now is that you and Marguerite might love and respect each other. Because you're the only two people I love in this world.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Edmund. This woman is a peasant.
Uncle George, I'm very hurt to hear you say that. She is the woman I love. That puts me on her level, so if you try to insult her, you insult me, too.
I see it's useless to argue with you further, Edmund. All I can say is I'm broken-hearted. Broken-hearted.
Uncle George, come back! Uncle George!
Oh, Edmund, what have we done?
Don't worry, Marguerite. He loves me. It will pass. Now that he understands how determined we are, he'll accept conditions as they are. I know, my dear Uncle George.
Come in. Oh, Saint-Mars.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Cardinal. I know you've had a long day traveling. You need your night's rest, but I felt I had to come to you to talk this matter over with you.
Your ward?
Yes. The idea we discussed, pretending that there was insanity in Edmund's family, no use, Cardinal. The two of them are very much in love.
So?
You try to throw the responsibility on me, but I can't do anything. This ward of mine, if you knew how strong-willed he was.
I have a very good idea, as you should know if you believe in family traits.
I can't accept the responsibility. You hinted that I might lose my life. Very well, Cardinal, I lose it. Because I can do nothing to stop this marriage.
My dear Saint-Mars, don't disturb yourself. Have you underestimated my own power?
Your power? Everybody knows you're the most powerful man in France.
Exactly. And power is such a useful ally when an emergency arises. I shall deal with it, my dear Saint-Mars.
But how?
The dungeons of the Bastille. So many go there and are never seen again. What did you say the name of this girl was? Marguerite, wasn't it? Marguerite Frederick.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
An adaptation of Alexander Dumas' famous novel, specially written for radio by Eric Scott and a George Edwards production. It seems that young Edmund Marchioly is connected in some way with the destiny of France. For when he shows interest in and wants to marry a farmer's daughter near his guardian's estates, this guardian, Georges Saint-Mars, is most perturbed and sends for the powerful Cardinal Mazarin, who rules behind the throne. When all efforts on the part of the guardian have failed, the Cardinal suggests the dungeons of the Bastille.
Yes, my dear Saint-Mars. That is the only way.
The Bastille. Oh, Cardinal, is there no other way?
You yourself said that you were powerless to stop this marriage, but it must be prevented.
Yes, Cardinal, yes. I understand that. But she's such a lovely young girl. Fair hair, blue eyes, a lovely voice, and intelligence to match.
Intelligence? A farmer's daughter?
Yes. Oh, if only she was somebody of quality.
My dear Saint-Mars, you know in the interests of France that your ward must never marry.
It has worried me a great deal. Eventually, he will find someone else, and then...
You have been given a sacred charge. If ever the occasion arises again, call on me. I'll deal with it as I have handled this emergency. The girl's name was...
Marguerite Frederick.
And where is she to be found?
The farm of Papa Frederick. He's quite well known in the district.
Good. Don't worry yourself any further, my dear Saint-Mars. The matter will be attended to. The girl will vanish from the face of the earth.
Poor Marguerite.
She has impressed even you. She must be a beauty.
Beauty of mind and beauty of body. A shame that so much has to be sacrificed.
It is for France.
Yes, Cardinal. It is for France.
I wish this walk were forever and ever.
Forever and ever? Oh, my dear, how tired your little feet would be.
Not with you. Oh, it's such a lovely night.
No moon.
All the lovelier because it makes the stars so bright. Look up there, Edmund. Those bright, bright stars.
Astronomers say that they are worlds. Worlds that I see.
Could they be, really?
If one can believe astronomers.
But of course one believes the astronomers. Don't they map out the fate of all the nobles of France, even the king? Papa says that there are astronomers who know when you will be born, when you will die, everything that happens in your life. Oh, they must be such clever men.
That's one thing I can't understand. How they can find all that out up there in those heavens.
I wonder if there are people like us up there, Edmund. People in those other worlds. Walking along a country road under starry heavens. And so much in love.
Oh, no.
You don't think so?
No, my heart. Because nobody could be happier than you and me. Nobody could be so much in love.
Oh, darling.
Let me kiss you again. Your warm body. soon. Marguerite, may I say something?
Let me hear.
If anything happened to you, I think I'd die. I've read of love, the fact that two people become as one. I feel that is how it is with us. We are one. Without you, I'd be like a man with his arm or his leg cut off. His head.
Oh, you frighten me. Oh, perhaps it's wrong to love as we do. Is it, Edmund? There's a God up there amongst all those words. Perhaps we should love him first.
But that's a heavenly love, my dear. We worship him, yes. Then after that worship comes another kind. That which belongs to the earth. Darling, will you make me a promise?
Anything, Edmund.
That bright star up there, I don't know what the astronomers call it, but whenever we are apart at night before our marriage, look up to that star, won't you? Say to yourself, that's our star. And wherever I am, I know what you're thinking. And I look for our star too, and that somehow will bring us together until we meet again.
Oh, what a lovely thought. Our star. Oh, but we'll never be parted for long, will we, Edmund?
When I leave you, my darling, I shall go back and talk with my guardian. I want to marry you as soon as possible.
He doesn't like me.
Yes, he does. He's a dear old man, really. Let him get used to the idea, and I think that Uncle George will welcome you as a daughter. I know his kind heart.
This, Your Majesty, is a permit to occupy the holdings of 4 peasant farmers in Versailles.
Oh, yes, of course. Extensions to the palace.
Correct, Your Majesty. It might interest you to know that the Hall of Mirrors will soon be finished.
Excellent. All our faults will be magnified 1,000 times. That's good, Cardinal.
Very good, Your Majesty.
Yes, except that I have an abnormal headache this morning. How many more of these objectionable documents do I have to sign?
Oh, there's only one more, Your Majesty. A mere nothing. The arrest of a peasant woman, if you will sign here.
Oh, yes, Cardinal. What has she done? Stolen something?
No, a nuisance politically.
And a woman, too.
Yes, but they can be dangerous, as you know. This document will put her away where she won't do anybody any harm.
Oh, splendid. Oh, well, take all these papers away. I don't want to see anything more until tomorrow. Oh, I wish you could put me away today. Me with my head. I think it was a very bad vintage last night. Something must be done about my wife.
Yes, Your Majesty. I will see that the cellars are rechecked.
Your niece, Cardinal. I haven't seen her these last 3 days.
No, Your Majesty. I plan to send her into the country. The Paris air is not good for her.
Oh, and I thought she thrived exceedingly well. She is most popular at court. I hope I shall have the honor of seeing Maria today.
She is not herself.
You're a stern uncle. See to it, Cardinal. I would like to see her again.
As you say, Your Majesty.
And so I am going to lose my little girl.
Oh, don't say that, Papa. You'll never lose me, you know that.
I wish I did know it, Marguerite. I knew that someday a young man would come along and take you away, but never such a one as this.
You like him?
Who am I to like or dislike? He is the gentry. That frightens me a little, Marguerite.
Me too, Papa. Oh, but we love each other so much. I feel we'll overcome the difficulties.
You will, perhaps, because you have youth on your side and beauty and the manner of a lady. But your old papa, why, look at me, Marguerite. I have been a farmer all my life. I will not belong to the pattern.
You will be near me, Papa. Always.
When your mother died and you somehow stepped into her shoes, I felt I still had your mother with me, in you, because you have her eyes, her smile, and even her voice.
And I have her loyalty, too. You'll see. Oh, I'll never desert you, Papa. If the time ever came that Edmund and I should be forced to live in some other part, you would come with us.
Will you promise me that, Marguerite? I'm getting old now, and there's no one else but you.
I promise.
It's good to hear. I'm a happy man, and a lucky man, too. A good farm and a good daughter. Who comes at this time of night?
Open in the name of the King of France.
The King of France?
Monsieur, what is this? Monsieur?
We look for Marguerite Frederick.
I am Marguerite Frederick.
What is this, Captain?
Stay where you are, old man. Our business is not with you. Madam, we request that you come with us.
With you?
Yes.
But where? Why, I don't understand.
You are not in a position to ask questions. Come with us and step inside the carriage that we have waiting.
Oh, no, monsieur. If I don't know where I'm going...
It is not for you to argue.
Let me go!
Let my daughter alone.
Out of the way, old man. And you, madam, don't offer too much resistance. This is an order from the King of France.
Oh, no. Where are you taking me?
To the end of your destination.
I must know, my fiancé. Papa, tell Edmund. Oh, monsieur, if you will tell me what it means and where I'm going.
I'm sorry. All I can tell you is that you go to the end of your destination. Now come.
No. Oh, monsieur, if you will give me time. My fiancé, Edmund. Please give me time.
No more words, madam. Into this carriage. Throwing the struggling girl into a waiting carriage, the soldiers drove off, leaving a pitiful old man staring into the darkness, straining to hear the last of the carriage wheels rumbling away. What will Edmund do when he finds that his beloved has been taken to some unnamed destination? And what of the undying love of these two fine young people? Make sure you hear the next enthralling chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. Edmund Marchioly has fallen in love with Marguerite, the daughter of a peasant farmer. But his guardian, Georges Saint-Mars, is most perturbed, especially when he hears that Edmund wants to marry this girl. Unable to change the boy's mind, he sends for Cardinal Mazarin, perhaps the most powerful man in France, and the Cardinal says that he will deal with this situation. Sometime later in the Saint-Mars castle on the hill...
Oh, Monsieur Edmund.
Why, what is it, Papa Frederick? Has something happened to Marguerite?
You have heard?
No, I've heard nothing. But tell me quickly, what is wrong? Is she ill?
She is gone, Monsieur Edmund, gone.
What do you mean, gone?
They came for her, soldiers and the captain. They took her away in a coach.
What?
I did what I could to try and prevent them, but they thrust me aside.
But why? Why? What is the meaning of it all?
I do not know, monsieur. They told her she was under arrest, and that in the name of the King of France she must go with them. Oh, monsieur, she has done nothing. She is a good girl, a devoted daughter. There is nothing of dishonesty, nor malice, nor wrongdoing in this daughter of mine, and yet now they have taken her away.
And you don't know where?
They wouldn't tell. They wouldn't say, "Oh, monsieur, find her for me. Find her for me. You say you love my daughter. You have influence. Perhaps if you could discover the meaning of it all, why they have taken
Of
her."
course I'll find out, Papa Frederick. Don't be upset anymore. I've got to find her. I must. Wait here.
Where are you going?
To see my uncle. You will soon find out the truth. There's some mistake. Perhaps they thought that Marguerite was someone else. Marguerite, of all people, under arrest. Why, it's fantastic. Wait, Papa Frederick. Uncle! Uncle!
Oh, Edmund, how you startled me. I was dozing off. What's the time?
I don't know, Uncle, and I don't care. Uncle, something terrible has happened. Marguerite has been arrested.
Marguerite? Who is Marguerite?
Oh, you know, Uncle, of course you know. The girl I love, the girl I'm going to marry. She was arrested earlier this evening. There's been some awful mistake, and I need your help, Uncle.
But how can I help?
Papa Frederick said that a troop of horsemen, soldiers and a carriage arrived at the farm and took her away. They were acting in the name of the King of France. Of course, there's a mistake, and I know you have friends at court, Uncle. Will you find out quickly, what this is all about and where they've taken Marguerite? I must go to her at once. Poor darling Marguerite.
But Edmund, what can I do? I know nothing about this matter. Perhaps this girl has done some wrong.
Oh, that's absurd, Uncle. I'd take my life on her.
But you're in love, my dear boy. Who are you to judge?
You're not subject. Why, Uncle George, I always thought that you were a judge of character. This girl is the sweetest, the loveliest person I've ever met in my life. She's completely incapable of doing anything wrong. Uncle, you've got to do something, and do it quickly. You have friends at court, in the army, powerful, influential friends.
Very well, Edmund. I will do what I can. I shall send letters off tomorrow.
Tomorrow? But you must do it now, Uncle. Write letters now, and I'll make arrangements to send a messenger off to Paris. Or better still, I'll take the letters myself.
Take the letters yourself? No. Messenger, of course. I'll get up straight away, Edmund, and write letters to several people. Don't you worry. We'll find the little girl for you. I'll attend to the matter straight away. I wonder if this will suffice. My dear Cardinal, your plans apparently have been carried out. Peasant farmer's daughter has been taken this night to the Bastille, as you arranged. But my ward in a frenzy has demanded that I write letters to influential friends in Paris to find out why Marguerite was arrested and where she is. These letters I have written, and below is a list of the names of the people to whom I have written. It now rests with you to inform these people of your wishes in this matter, and there the matter rests. You will understand, however, that I must make a show with my ward, a show of doing my best to help him. And believe me, I am deeply grieved at his distress, for he is as a son to me. Yes, well, this letter will go with the others. Poor Edmund. If I had my way, perhaps he would have his Marguerite.
The scene now changes to Spain, and to the court of Philip IV, whose eldest daughter, the Infanta Maria Theresa, is already involved in talks between France and Spain. We find the dark-haired Maria in her boudoir on this sunny morning, closely studying an almost life-size portrait. Standing with her is another dark-haired young woman, not quite so beautiful as Maria Theresa, but there is a certain stateliness about her, and her high cheekbones give a hint of arrogance. This is Maria Theresa's maid-in-waiting, Frasquita Carlos.
Well, Frasquita, you haven't given your opinion yet.
What does my opinion count, Your Highness? I am merely a maid-in-waiting.
But you are my friend too, Frasquita, and I value your opinion.
Well, I'm pleasantly surprised. I had no idea that the young King of France was so handsome.
You do think he's handsome? You really do, Frasquita?
If I could marry even a poor man as good-looking as that, I would consider myself very lucky.
I suppose really, Frasquita, I haven't any choice. Spain has been forced to sue for peace with France, and it seems that in return I must marry this young king.
Better a young king than an old one with a paunch. I think you're extremely lucky. We both know of some marriages that were not attractive.
Yes, I know. But I am so frightened, Frasquita. If the negotiations are completed, I'll be sent to France to marry this man whom I've never met, I've never seen. I shall be amongst foreigners, strangers. Perhaps I shall never see Spain again. Here, as you know, my life has been one of seclusion. I am not used to the court and to the extravagances which I believe are practiced in Paris and at Versailles.
You should count yourself among the luckier ones. Personally, I would prefer the glitter and glamour of a French court to the tawdriness of the Spanish Frasquita. Sorry, Your Highness. I should not have said that.
You are always so bitter, aren't you? Why, Frasquita?
Am I bitter?
Yes. Yet I keep you with me because there is a certain strength in you. Something which I like. Perhaps you will come to the French court with me. Will you, Frasquita?
I do as I am told.
And now I must find my dear father and tell him about the portrait. He is anxious to know what my opinions are. I'll be back soon, Frasquita.
Yes, Your Highness. Bitter. If she only knew how I despise that simpering little doll. Within her grasp is power. The power of 2 thrones. And she has no idea how to use it. While no wonder I'm bitter. Just a servant.
Oh, Monsieur Edmund, come in, come in.
Still no news, Papa Frederick.
Each time I hear a footstep outside, I say to myself, it is Marguerite, it is my little daughter come back. Oh, Monsieur, they must find her soon, they must.
I have done everything possible. So has my guardian. He has been wonderful. Papa Frederick, you may not know this, but when first I took Marguerite to the castle, he was very angry. He told me he would be very displeased if I married your daughter. But now, if you could see the letters that he has written.
They have been delivered?
Yes, they are in the hands of influential people in Paris now. A general, 2 court favorites, and several others.
But Marguerite has been gone 3 weeks. Anything can happen in 3 weeks, Monsieur Edmund.
I know, Papa Frederick. I've said very little to you, but I've spent many sleepless nights wondering what they're doing to her. At times I feel that my head is going to burst. You see, I'm so helpless. Sometimes I wonder if it might help matters if I went to Paris myself.
Would it be possible for you to have an audience with the king?
The king?
Yes, monsieur. When Marguerite was arrested, she was arrested in the name of the king. My tired brain has tried to reason that perhaps the king himself ordered this arrest. There was a paper flourished.
A paper?
Yes. When the captain made the arrest, he waved this paper and declared that Marguerite was to be arrested in the name of the King of France.
The King of France? The highest power of all. Why, Papa Frederick, this might lead me to Marguerite straight away. I'll ride for Paris at once. What will be the outcome of Edmund Marchioli's resolution?
Since it would appear that there is a mystery surrounding his birth, perhaps a visit to Paris to the court and an audience with the king may bring forward surprising results. Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
An adaptation of Alexandre Dumas' famous novel, specially written for radio by Eric Scott and a George Edwards production. Edmund Marchioli's frantic attempts to try and find out where Marguerite has disappeared to are eventually checked when his guardian takes him to Cardinal Mazarin. The Cardinal points out that a number of influential people are working to try and discover where the girl has disappeared to. When Saint-Mars and his ward withdraw, the Cardinal orders one of his staff, Colbert, to take a dispatch to the Bastille at once. It is an order to have the girl in question, Marguerite Frederick, put to death.
This is drastic, my Lord Cardinal.
Drastic events ask for drastic measures. The girl is a danger while she's alive, my dear Colbert.
In what way?
But you ask too many questions. Just do as you're told. Here is a dispatch, signed and sealed. Have it sent to the Bastille and bring me back news that the girl is dead.
As you say, my Lord Cardinal.
Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. If this young man had not shown himself so eager, perhaps the girl could have lived.
And yet, my Lord Cardinal, it would be but a living death. The dungeons of the Bastille.
That's quite true. Perhaps I do the girl a service. See to it, Colbert, and waste no time.
Meanwhile, in the Spanish court, there is much consternation. Philip IV, after a long consultation with his ministers, hurries to his daughter's apartments. Philip, at this time of his life, was an old, haggard, and tired man. France, politically and with weight of arms, had beaten him to his knees, and it seemed as though the fate of Spain was in balance. Now it seemed that yet more trouble had come his way.
Maria, are you there?
Yes, Father. Why, what is it? You're so white, so out of breath.
Maria, are you alone, or is the woman Frasquita Carlos with you?
No, Father, not at the moment. Why?
It's about this Carlos woman that I want to tell you. She is a traitor, Maria.
A traitor?
Yes. The news came out this morning. Perhaps I can thank Frasquita Carlos for the fact that I shall lose my own daughter.
What do you mean?
The secret of our army weaknesses. It was your maid-in-waiting who told the French ambassador.
Oh, no.
That is the truth, Maria. We had it from one of our own servants who was waiting on the ambassador and who found a certain document signed by the Carlos woman herself. If the French had not known, you would never have been traded in marriage.
Oh, Father.
And for her treachery, she received diamonds as a reward.
Diamonds? Diamonds? Well, of course, that diamond bracelet. I remember now. I spoke about it. I asked her. Oh, but Father, you're wrong. This bracelet came from her grandmother.
Her grandmother, indeed. A poor story. Her grandmother has been dead for 40 years or more. She comes of a pauper family. Perhaps it was my fault that I allowed her to be your maid-in-waiting. But somehow you seem to like her.
I felt I understood Frasquita, Father. But now, if you say that you're so safe...
Where is she? I will have her placed under arrest straight away.
I will send her to you when she comes to me, Father. Oh, what is happening to this world? It is crumbling under my feet. I shall lose everything that I love. And now I lose Frasquita.
Come in. Your Highness, I hope I've not been too long. I've been down in the orange grove. Look, isn't the orange blossom beautiful just now?
Yes, Frasquita. Very beautiful.
Some are married with orange blossom. Will that be your choice, Your Highness?
Would it be your choice?
I think so. I always did love the flowers with perfume. And yet the flowers without perfume are always the most beautiful. The camellia, for instance. What could be more graceful, more perfect in symmetry and in design? But somehow when flowers have perfume, to me they are alive.
As you hold the orange blossom up to the sunlight, I can see it catches your bracelet, Frasquita. It is a very beautiful bracelet.
I'm glad you admire it. It is so rare for anybody to admire anything on me, especially when Your Highness is present. Your lovely clothes, your jewels.
Where did you get that bracelet?
But I told you, my grandmother.
Frasquita, we've known each other ever since we were girls. I didn't think you would lie to me.
Why?
Yes. It was the French ambassador, wasn't it?
Who told you?
My father has discovered the truth. Within half an hour you'll be under arrest, Frasquita. And I fear you'll be executed.
Executed?
That is what they do with traitors.
Oh, Frasquita, why did you do it? You, of all people.
I've always been so good to you, kind to you. I've given you whatever you wanted. Money, clothes, because I felt I had your loyalty. Instead, why did you do it?
Why? Perhaps it's because I've always envied what you've had, Your Highness. As a girl, I stood by and watched them heap the gifts on you. That magnificent string of pearls when you were 15. I remember your father gave you those on the morning of your 15th birthday, and I clasped them behind your head. Then when you were 18, a diamond coronet. And how my heart ached when I saw it on your head. Oh, forgive me, Your Highness. I know that one day you'll be a queen and that I am nothing. But when you've had nothing all your life and you've seen it just within your grasp, how you yearn and yearn. That is why I fell an easy victim when the French ambassador made me the proposition.
Oh, Frasquita.
And now they'll come for me. They'll take me to the scaffold, hang me.
Oh, don't talk like that.
But why not say facts? My only consolation is that I've worn this pretty bracelet for at least a week. How did they find out?
His papers were searched. There was a certain document in your handwriting.
The astrologer said that this would be an unlucky month for me. I should have listened. Would it be any use to say to you that I've regretted what I've done? It is true you have been a kind mistress to me. Perhaps that's why you've spoiled me, why you've made me feel that I've wanted more than I had, and through me now you go to a strange land, to a strange marriage bed. I don't care for anyone else, but I do want your forgiveness before I die.
Oh, Frasquita, you have done something frightful, something that is so very wrong. Yet I find it in my heart to understand you. If only...
If only what?
There is still time. You can escape.
Escape?
Yes, I give you money enough to get out of Spain.
But where can I go?
Anywhere, as long as you are past these borders. There's one place I know, one kindly man who might help you.
Who is there?
He is a gentleman who lives in Gascoigne. His name is Monsieur Saint-Mars. If you went to him, if you reminded him of the time when he came here 10 years ago, when I was only a young girl, when he told me about the lovely country surrounding Gascoigne, something I'll never forget. Well, years have passed since that time, but if you will ask his protection and his help, I feel sure that he will do something for you.
But is it possible? All Spain will be looking for me.
Leave it to me. I will temporize, perhaps persuade my father to forget. But you must hurry, Frasquita. There's so little time.
Oh, if I have nothing else in this darkness, at least through the small grill there is one star. And by its brightness I know it is ours. Oh, Edmund, I love you with all my heart, with all my soul. If you see our star as I see it now, please think of me, Edmund. Please try and guess that I'm somewhere deep down in a dungeon, so far away. Oh, darling, think hard with me. Footsteps. Oh, the warder again. Indeed, it was not so long ago when bread was put through the bars. Oh, Edmund, think with me. I pray to the dear Lord in heaven that you will think with me and know in your heart where to find me.
Is the little lady talking to herself?
Oh, you heard?
It is the custom after several days down here. Perhaps when you are in darkness, you want the comfort of a voice.
Yes, warder.
Come, little lady. We have a journey.
A journey?
Yes. And I'm afraid, little lady, it is your last journey.
What do you mean?
You are luckier than most. There will be no living death for you down here. Yours will be a quick and a speedy one. Let me hold the lamp up to your face. Oh, you're beautiful. What a shame that one like you should have to die so young.
So the orders have been delivered, and it seems that Marguerite Frederick is about to go to her death. Nothing but a miracle can save her, and yet in her implicit faith in the love of Edmund, is this miracle possible? Make sure you hear the next enthralling chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
A warder in the grim dungeons of the Bastille walks heavily along the worn stone passages to the cell where Marguerite Frederick is imprisoned. He hears her talking to herself, but actually she is breathing a prayer that her Edmund will sense that she is in danger, that she is perhaps in this very cell in the Bastille, looking out through a small aperture towards a starry sky and towards one special star, which they declared in happier moments belonged to them. Her thoughts are rudely interrupted when the warder tells her that this is her last night on earth. He gasps as he holds the lantern high and sees the beauty of her young face.
1,000 pities, one so young. Yes, mademoiselle, my daughter was just such a one as you. And then the plague claimed her.
The plague?
Yes, even her voice. There is something of her in your voice. This makes my task very hard indeed.
But I don't understand, warder. Did you say that I am to die?
These were my orders from up above. There are soldiers waiting up there. and somebody whose name I dare not mention. What have you done that you're in such a state?
What have I done? Warder, I wish I could tell you. I just don't understand. All my life I've lived on a farm. A quiet, peaceful farm with a hard-working father. We've never harmed anybody. Rather have we been kind. Helped people when they needed help. Done all we could for the poor. And suddenly a troop of horsemen come. They arrest me in the name of the king, and I'm put here in this dark hole. What have I done, Warder? Why has all this happened?
Why ask the likes of me? I was a gentleman once, but now I am but a servant to the Bastille. I do my duty. With others, I bring the prisoners down to these cells, and then I take them away. Some just remain until they die, as the woman that lies in the next cell to yours.
In the next cell?
Yes. She stole a suit of clothes. They put her in here. Theft is regarded in a serious way in this city. While she'd been here, she's seen no one. Then there was a letter. I think it was from her husband. He has found someone else. I noticed I walked along. There was no more sobbing. I raised my lamp. She lies there, very still. I know she is dead.
Oh.
Dead of a broken heart.
Oh, Warder. What tragedy there is in this terrible place. And now me. Oh, if only I knew. If only I knew what this is all about.
There. Don't cry, little one. You have a brave face. My daughter was brave, too, when they told us it was the plague. There was no fear, just a patient resignation. At least I can say I was proud of her.
No, Warder. I'm not afraid. At least I can tell you that. I'm not afraid for myself. But there are others. Why, Edmund.
Edmund?
Edmund Marchioly. The man I love more than life itself. I'm afraid for him in his grief. Afraid for my darling father. For now he's getting just a little helpless. Who needs me around the house? And they don't know where I am or what I've done. Perhaps they might even think that I've deserted them. Oh, Warder, when they take me for whatever it is that I've done, could you send them a message, perhaps? A message from one who loved them both dearly.
It would be more than my life is worth, dear little lady. I wish I could help you because of this amazing likeness. You could be my own daughter. But come, they're waiting up there. We must go at once.
Yes, Warder.
You're not afraid?
No. I feel that whatever comes, when I pass from this world, Edmund will know. Wherever he is, whatever he's doing at this moment, he'll know, deep down in his heart. That is how we love each other.
The fairest story again. More talk, little lady, and I believe that you are a fairy. As I see you now, perhaps you're too good for this world after all. And yet, you're here for something.
I wish I could tell you what that something is.
Step out into the passage, and I'll lock the door behind me. And now, if you'll follow me, it's a long trek, 2 flights of steps, and then a passage twice as long as this. A moment. I want to make sure about this woman in the next cell. Yes, look. As I lift the lantern and look through the grill, you can see the white face. She must have died saying her prayer.
Will there be a judge, Warder? Will there be some human being to appeal to? To ask why I'm here? What crime I've committed?
A moment. I have an idea. Little lady, some would say that I'm crazy. But somehow, it's your face. It's taken me back to better times. To the time when I was happy,
when I had a home, a wife, a young stalwart son, and a daughter such as you. Perhaps that's why you've tugged at this leathery old heart of mine. Little lady, can I trust you?
In what way, Warder?
Dare I? It all depends on you. If you should so much as speak, you will lose two heads, yours and mine.
If you would explain.
It would only take a minute. You to take the place of this poor woman, and this woman to take your place in your cell.
You mean...
I mean, mademoiselle, that it would be so simple a matter for us to go upstairs, to stand before this great personage who waits, and to tell him it is you who died of a broken heart, that I found you white and still in your cell with life extinct.
Why, Warder...
Could I trust you? Will you speak of this to any living soul?
Oh, no, Warder, I swear it. I promise. Oh, there is a God in heaven. Edmund must be thinking of me. He has prayed too. Oh, Warder, one day perhaps I may be in a position to help you for all that you are doing.
You may not thank me for this. As I say, the living death. But if one believes in miracles, sometimes those miracles come true. Your face to me is a miracle. So much like that of dear Renee. You'll never tell that it was old Edward.
Never. I swear it. I promise.
We must be quick. I've been here too long already. Quickly, you'll have to help me. This poor woman now takes your place.
Meanwhile, Frasquita Carlos had begun her headlong flight from the court of Spain. Armed with letters from the gentle Maria Theresa and money in her purse, also from her benefactor, she managed to make good her escape and eventually found herself in France and along the road to Gascogne and the castle of Georges Saint-Mars. And what of Georges Saint-Mars and his ward Edmund? Poor Edmund spent only one more day in Paris, an unhappy, futile day, when he interviewed several who had promised him their help. But how was Edmund to know that all these men were guided by the powerful cardinal himself? And so with Saint-Mars, he began the weary journey back to Gascogne and the Saint-Mars estates. How would he face poor Marguerite's father? How would he face himself and a future life without his beloved Marguerite? These thoughts were continually tormenting him all through the whole of that long journey. And when he arrived at last at the castle, he flung himself down on his bed in a state of sleepless exhaustion. For still sleep would not come to one now tortured in mind and body. Several mornings later, a young lady presented herself at the Castle Saint-Mars. With her she brought certain letters which she now presented to a lackey, asking that they be taken to the lord and master of the castle. The lackey, perhaps a little intrigued with her unusual accent, hesitated a little.
Am I not speaking clearly? I want you to take these letters to Senor Georges Saint-Mars, who at one time was a visitor to Spain.
Yes, mademoiselle. But the monsieur does not expect a lady visitor.
I know. But when he reads those letters, he will understand. I come from Spain. I am Spanish, you see.
Oh.
All these letters are from a friend.
In that case, if you will step in here, mademoiselle, and wait.
Thank you. Oh, a huge fire. If I may sit by the fireplace. It's been a cold, long journey for me.
But certainly, mademoiselle.
Why? Above the fireplace. The portrait. I know that, of course.
Then you have met the master's ward?
The master's ward? What are you talking about?
Oh, but mademoiselle, that of course is the master's ward, Monsieur Edmund Marchioly.
Edmund Marchioly? But how ridiculous. That is...
Yes, mademoiselle?
Oh, yes. Of course it must be his ward, you say?
That is right, mademoiselle. And now, if you will permit me to withdraw, I will take these letters to Mr. Saint-Mars.
Edmund Marchioly. What how absurd. That, of course, is a portrait of King Louis XIV of France. A replica of the portrait which was sent to Maria Theresa.
What extraordinary discovery has Frasquita Carlos stumbled upon? Why is it that these two portraits are so much alike? Make sure you hear the next enthralling chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Edmund Marchioly is finally convinced that all efforts have been made to try and find his beloved Marguerite without any success. So broken-hearted he returns with his guardian, Georges Saint-Mars, to their estates in Gascogne. Here, Frasquita Carlos presents herself. She has been maid in waiting to Maria Teresa, Infanta of Spain, and has been forced to flee because it has been discovered that she sold a Spanish secret to the French ambassador. With her, she has letters from the tender-hearted Maria, who has always been fond of her. These letters beg Georges Saint-Mars to do what he can for her. And when Frasquita is shown into the great living room of the Saint-Mars castle, she is amazed to see what she believes to be a portrait of King Louis XIV. But she is told by the lackey that this is the ward of Georges Saint-Mars. The lackey then leaves her as she stares in great surprise at this portrait.
But this is absurd. I have seen that portrait so often. It is the King of France, Louis XIV. And yet, what is the King of France doing here? Perhaps this is his home where he lives incognito when he so wishes. Oh.
You are Senorita Carlos?
Yes, senor. And you?
I am Georges Saint-Mars. I'm happy to meet you. This letter speaks very highly of you. I trust the Infanta as well.
Very well, and very happy at the thought of coming to France. But you have heard, of course, senor.
Yes. A great surprise. That is why I'm a little mystified now. You belong to her suite, I understand. I thought perhaps that you would have gone with her.
Oh, no, senor. I left the service of Maria Teresa because I dislike the court life. I like a country life. That is why, when I said I was traveling through Gascogne, that Her Highness suggested that I call on you. Unfortunately, although I am a lady of quality, I have very little money, senor. I think it is better to be quite frank.
Well, it seems so strange you leaving security to come to a strange country.
Well, there is something else of which I would prefer not to speak. It is an affair of the heart, if you understand.
Oh, but of course I do now. I trust you will not take the matter too seriously, whatever it may be.
No, of course not. Senor, Her Highness thought perhaps that you, with your influence, might be able to recommend me in some French house. I have always been an excellent companion for Her Highness.
Oh, there will be no trouble. I can assure you that to be with the suite of the Infanta of Spain is the highest credential you could carry. In fact, mademoiselle, it is quite a coincidence that you have presented yourself here at such a time. Would you perhaps be interested in taking a position here? That of tutor to my ward.
Tutor?
Yes, it so happens that my ward may one day go to Spain.
Oh, now I can understand.
What?
Nothing. Continue, senor.
He needs instruction in the Spanish language. As you are a lady of gentle birth, You must have the necessary educational qualifications. It is not perhaps as interesting a post as you would gain in Paris, but...
And is that your ward, the portrait over the fireplace?
Yes, mademoiselle.
But of course I accept, senor. It is an honor. Perhaps the greatest honor that we could confer upon a stranger in a strange country.
Oh, not really.
Oh, I think so, and I am most humbly grateful, senor.
Colbert, we have not met for 2 days, and yet I've been so anxious to talk with you privately.
Yes, my Lord Cardinal. As you probably realize, there are a great many papers to be gone through.
Always the businessman, always the expert in such matters, but we will speak of business in a moment. Lackey, you may withdraw. Now that we're alone, tell me quickly. You carried out my instructions?
No, my Lord Cardinal.
What?
Let me continue, I pray. There was no need.
What do you mean?
When I went to the Bastille with the soldiers, we found that the job of work had already been done.
Don't tell me this girl was murdered in the Bastille by somebody else?
Oh, no, my Lord Cardinal. Apparently she died of a broken heart.
A broken heart?
Yes. She was dead when the water went to get her.
Well, that makes it so much easier. Death by natural causes. I hope that was recorded.
Oh, yes, my Lord Cardinal, I saw to that. Also, I took the liberty of having a hurried funeral in the pauper's grounds. I knew you were anxious that all evidence be removed very quickly.
You are most astute, my dear Colbert. I will not forget to reward you suitably. So now all evidence is removed. Our young friend pines his heart away in Gascoigne, and the peasant farmer's daughter, well, her pining is at an end. Let us hope he keeps sacred her memory, for the longer he pines for his lost love, the less likely it will be that he will ever want to marry any other woman who crosses his path.
Edmund.
Oh, it's you, Uncle.
Edmund, you must rouse yourself. I opened this door and walked into the room, and you weren't even conscious that I was here.
I'm sorry, Uncle.
But what were you thinking?
My thoughts were miles away.
Edmund, dear boy, you will have to forget her. Surely you will not allow this infatuation to ruin your life.
There will never be anyone else. Oh, Uncle, it's so hard. The greatest torture of all is the uncertainty. If only I knew the truth. What has really happened to her? Who were those soldiers? And
Mine. And it is my wish that you study another language.
Another language?
I have interests now in a Spanish estate. It may be that I'll need you to help me in the management of this estate. It is most necessary that you learn to speak Spanish fluently.
I don't care what I do. Not now.
Time's a great healer, and with your new occupation, you might find yourself again. Now come with me. There's a lady I would like you to meet.
A lady?
Yes. A very beautiful, dark-eyed senorita. She comes from Spain, from the court of the Infanta Maria Teresa.
But what is she doing here?
She is here to teach you Spanish. So come.
You seem very determined that I should learn this new language. I think I know your motives, Uncle. You want to help me to help myself. You want my mind to be occupied. That's very kind of you. I don't want to do anything but sit here and think of her all day and night. But if you think it might help me...
Of course.
Come, my boy. Let us meet the senorita.
Frasquita Carlos had been studying intently the almost life-size portrait above the fireplace. Her pretty dark eyes were puzzled and her brows were wrinkled, as she reassured herself over and over again that this indeed was the portrait that she had seen in the boudoir of Maria Theresa, the portrait of King Louis XIV of France. A footstep behind her made her realize that she was not alone. She turned quickly.
Good evening to you.
Oh.
Sorry if I startle you. My uncle will be with us in a few minutes. He's ordering some refreshment. I believe you've come on a long, long journey.
Then you are...
Edmund Marchioly at your service, mademoiselle. I understand you are to be my new tutor.
Why, yes. Yes.
You seem surprised.
Surprised? My surprise almost makes me speechless, Your Highness.
Your Highness? Is that what you call the Spanish gentry? Here we're addressed as Monsieur.
Yes, yes, of course. I think I understand. You wish to remain incognito.
Incognito?
Yes.
Mademoiselle, you speak in riddles. If only you would make yourself clear.
Your Highness, I may be a stranger here. I may have only just arrived from Spain. But I happen to have seen your portrait once before. I know who you are, and I will keep your secret.
Edmund Marchioly stared at the Spanish girl in the greatest astonishment. What was she saying? What was the meaning of these strange words? Indeed, what is the meaning of this whole strange business? For apparently there is a remarkable likeness between King Louis XIV and young Edmund Marchioly. Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Frasquita Carlos has presented herself to Monsieur Saint-Mars at a most opportune time. Saint-Mars having arranged with Cardinal Mazarin that it is better if he takes young Edmund Marchioly out of France, they both decide that soon some Spanish estates will become available because of the marriage and treaty which is to take place between Spain and France. The Cardinal advises that Edmund be taught Spanish. So when Frasquita Carlos, who has escaped from the Spanish court because she has sold some secrets, tells him that she is anxious to find a post of some kind, he suggests that she become the Spanish tutor of his ward. Frasquita sees a painting on the wall, which she believes to be that of Louis XIV of France. She is amazed when she is told that it is Edmund Marchioly, and when she talks with him alone, she addresses him as Your Highness, and tells him that she understands.
You speak very strangely, mademoiselle. You said something about incognito.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Don't call me Your Majesty, please. I'm plain Edmund Marchioly. They only call the King Your Majesty.
The King?
Yes.
And you are Edmund Marchioly?
But of course. You seem to doubt me. Do I look as one who might lie?
Oh, no, of course not. Naturally, I would never want to displease one such as you. I most humbly beg your pardon, I mean, Senor Marchioly.
Not Senor. In France, we say Monsieur.
Once again, my apologies. I've made a very bad start, have I not?
Not really, mademoiselle.
In that case, as I am to be your tutor, let me correct you now. In Spanish, we say,
Senorita.
Senorita?
Yes. Senorita for the unmarried. And I am unmarried.
I don't know what time, but hours seem to have gone by. There is our star. Are you thinking of me, Edmund? Oh, will I ever see you again? There's some hope, thanks to the kind heart of a grizzly old man with a face like a bear.
Well, how goes it?
Oh, it is you, Edward.
Call me Warder. One never can tell. They say the walls of the Bastille have the biggest ears of all.
What time is it, Warder?
Time for your supper. Here. And there's a little more than black bread, as you'll see.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Warder. I've been so anxious to talk with you. In the last 2 days, there have been others with you. Did you...
Oh, there's nothing to worry about as far as that's concerned. They took her away from your cell and buried her quietly. As far as the world is concerned, you are dead and gone. Are you feeling a little happier? You sound happier.
Yes, Warder. I think I am. Perhaps it's because I'm recovering a little of my faith. You see, the man I love, he and I had such sublime faith in each other, in the future. And 2 days ago, it seemed that I was to die for some crime of which I've no knowledge. Well, you came along. Oh, Warder, how can I ever thank you? I feel that Providence had something to do with this. Providence sent you so that I might be kept alive. I truly believe now that one day I'll see my Edmund.
Are you trying to persuade me again, little one, to risk my own life?
Oh, no, of course not.
Oh, little girl, it'd be more than a risk. It would be a certainty. For if you escape from this jail, they'd come down upon old Edward, and sure as sure he'd lose his head.
Oh, that is the last thing in the world I'd want. You've been so kind already.
Anyhow, I can't stay. There are other warders walking up and down. You've probably heard them. Now, be of good cheer, little one. You never can tell. Perhaps the woman who was in this cell, she might be forgiven for her sins.
What was her name?
Yvette. Remember that. Her name was Yvette, and she was married to a Monsieur Courtois.
Yvette Courtois.
That's right. And now I must go. Good night, little one. Little daughter.
Good night, Warder. Yvette Courtois. What was your life, I wonder? What made your heart stop beating here in this cell? Did you lose hope, as I might have done? Oh, I will never lose hope again. He's still there outside. Oh, Edmund, remember our promise as we walked across the hills towards my home one night? You and I and our star. We promised that always when we were apart, we would each look up at that star and think of each other.
Our star. Where are you, Marjorie? We promised faithfully that if ever we were parted, if ever we were able to look towards the heavens, that we would think of each other, of our star. Oh, darling, come back to me, please, wherever you are, whatever you're doing.
Are you reciting poetry, Mrs.?
Oh,
perhaps I should apologize. I'm intruding on your thoughts. I had no intention. It was warm inside, and I was strolling through the garden, and then I heard your voice. Isn't it the most beautiful night?
Beautiful for some.
Such a bright, starry sky, and only the faintest thread of a moon. The stars are ever so much brighter here than they are in Spain.
Are they?
Yes. You have not been to Spain, Monsieur?
No.
But you are going there, I know that.
One day, perhaps. So my guardian says.
Your guardian knew my former mistress in Spain. You have seen portrait of her, perhaps?
No.
She's very beautiful.
Is she?
Some say that she is the most beautiful member of the royal family that can ever be remembered.
What is that to me? Maria Theresa and I will never come face to face.
Won't you?
Why should we? We live in different lives, in different worlds. Mademoiselle, would you excuse me? I would like to go further down to the garden alone.
Yes, of course. Once again, I apologize. I know now that I have intruded.
Not at all. Good night, Senorita.
Good night, monsieur. What is this mystery? At first I thought I could have sworn that he was the King of France. But now, and yet the likeness. Oh, my Dios. Perhaps there is a secret here. A secret which may bring more than all the Spanish secrets were ever worth. Perhaps Frasquita Carlos is not so unlucky as she thinks. Perhaps her star still shines.
Several weeks passed, and then one morning after the king at Versailles had been roused, shaved, bathed, perfumed, and dressed, he was about to take his usual walk in the beautiful gardens surrounding Versailles, when suddenly he saw one of his administrators hurrying towards him. This was Michael Letellier, who signed most of the papers for the king regarding the soldiering and the administration of war. The king, having just reached the terrace leading to the gardens, raised his hand.
Oh, don't come near me, Letellier. Always when you hurry, I know that you have more and more papers for me to sign.
But, Your Majesty...
Leave it all till we get back to Paris. The cardinal will have me locked up for a month. Of that I am quite sure.
But, Your Majesty, I fear I must speak of this. It's a letter forwarded on from Paris because its bearer said it was most urgent, that it must be delivered to you personally. I feel it's my duty to present it to you at once.
What a nuisance you are, Letellier.
It is from a woman, Your Majesty.
Oh? A woman? Well, then why didn't you say so before? How did you know?
If you will note the perfume, a woman's perfume.
Oh, delightful. Oh, you know my weaknesses, Letellier. Oh, yes, but how an unknown woman was able to have a letter dispatched through my dozens of secretaries, I don't know. Oh, I say, Letellier, this is very strange. Oh, don't stand back, Letellier. I want your advice on this.
And what does the woman say?
Your most gracious Majesty, I am taking the great liberty of addressing you by letter, because I feel that what I have to impart is for your ears, and your ears alone.
Oh.
Could you possibly grant me an audience? And I promise you, even if I were to forfeit my life, mark that, Letellier, that I have something of the most vital importance to reveal. It concerns yourself and another, most gracious Majesty.
And what is the signature?
Frasquita Carlos, the Saint-Mars State, Gascoigne.
So Frasquita Carlos, anxious to take advantage of the situation, has not wasted any time. What will eventuate now? Will King Louis XIV give the Spanish senorita audience? The web of circumstance draws these two men so much alike, closer and closer. Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Based on the novel by Alexander Dumas and written for radio by Eric Scott. A George Edwards production. When Frasquita Carlos discovers that there is an amazing resemblance between Edmund Marchioly and King Louis XIV of France, she writes to the king, who is at present in Versailles.
Well, Letellier, an interesting piece of literature.
And the perfume is most elusive, Your Majesty.
I wonder, is the woman? Oh, hardly, when she writes in this vein.
I would be careful, Your Majesty. It may be that it is an attempt on your life.
My life? Or my love? And I promise you, she writes, even if I were to forfeit my life, that I have something of the most vital importance to reveal. It concerns yourself and another. Interesting. Very interesting. You know, I don't think the day will ever dawn when I can refrain from succumbing to mystery when it concerns a woman.
Which reminds me, Your Majesty, the dancer from Paris. She's been here twice.
Oh, don't let her inside these doors.
She threatens suicide now.
So long as she doesn't commit suicide near Versailles, while I'm here. Frasquita Carlos, Saint-Mars State, Saint-Mars. Oh, but of course there couldn't be any danger. I know the family. Why, Saint-Mars used to transact business with my Lord Cardinal.
Then perhaps if you were to consult with him...
What? Consult my Lord Cardinal? When he is already annoyed with me because of my philanderings with his niece? I wouldn't dare, my dear Letellier.
Then what shall I do, Your Majesty?
Dispatch a letter to this Saint-Mars State, Gascoigne, by special messenger. Order this Frasquita Carlos to come to Versailles.
Meanwhile, in the evil-smelling dungeons of the Bastille, the clock had gone its round once again, and the grisly old warder Edward, doing his rounds with great iron plates upon which were piles of black bread, pauses now before the door of the cell which we have grown to know so well, the cell where Edmund's beloved Marguerite is imprisoned.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, it's you, Warder.
And how is Mademoiselle this evening?
A little tired. It's been a long day.
Mademoiselle, every day is a long day in the Bastille. Yourself, for instance. Only a little light in the daytime, no sunshine, and at night...
Oh, the nights I like best. One can see the stars.
Through that little grill?
I'm lucky. I can see the star I want.
Here, quickly. 4 pieces of bread for you, instead of the usual 2. Hold out your plate.
Oh, thank you, Edward. But Edward?
Yes?
I was brought up on a farm. I'm used to the animals, even to the crawling things. But whenever you bring me food at this time, there's a rat here in my cell. It came last night and the night before.
A rat? Oh, but there are many of them in the Bastille.
Oh, yes, but this one, it's so much bigger. So much... Oh, if I could only get out of here.
No, little mademoiselle, don't cry. Just a moment. We'll settle this rat. That is, if it comes tonight.
Oh, it'll be here now, waiting. It smells of food. That is it.
Now then, with this crowbar, I'll deal with any rat.
There's a great hole in the far corner. He'll be waiting, I know. Oh, a horrible beast.
Up with the lantern, then. Oh, dear, there he is. What a monster. Those 2 great yellow tusks.
Any animal but a rat. Oh, I'm not a coward, monsieur.
Will you look at him? The confidence. He's advancing already towards the bread. You scavenger. Quickly, mademoiselle, hold the lantern.
Oh, be careful. These rats, they're fierce.
The day never came when Edward was frightened of a rat, even if it was big as a cat. Take that, you monster. Ah, mister.
Oh, look out, he'll attack you.
What a vicious brute. Made a lunge at me, he did, and bared those yellow fangs. Which way do you run?
Towards the far corner.
Up with the lantern. What a monster. Yes, there he is. Look at those beady black eyes. Your end is near, you scavenger. Look at him. He knows you're the bay now. Up on his hind legs, pawing the air, and those yellow fangs bared.
Be careful, he'll come at you again. Those yellow fangs bared.
Got you, my beauty. So you'd steal the bread from a pretty young mamselle in her cell, would you? Well, there'll be no more bread stealing from you for many a long day. Now, mamselle, don't cry. He's dead now.
Thank you, Warder. You're right, he's dead. But after him will come another, and yet another. And after the night will come another night, and yet another night. No, it goes on. Perhaps it would have been better if they had taken me when I was known as Marguerite Frederick. Perhaps it would have been better that way after all.
Come in. Ah, mademoiselle.
Good morning, Monsieur Saint-Mars. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all. I'm glad you came to the library. Close the door.
Yes, Monsieur, certainly.
I wanted to talk to you about our pupil. Are you satisfied with his progress?
Not very satisfied, Monsieur. He seems to take no interest in his Spanish.
Edmund is a dreamer. Believer in romance, in true hearts and true lovers' knots.
What became of his parents?
His parents?
Yes, I often wonder. You see, he never speaks of them.
His parents are both dead. I am his guardian. What did you come to see me about?
Well, Monsieur, a relation of mine has written from Paris. She has written me on a matter of very great importance. I was wondering if you would give me leave to be absent for a few days. It is a most urgent matter.
So Frasquita Carlos set off in a carriage for Paris and Versailles. Versailles at this time was rapidly nearing completion. All the magnificence and all the color that the king could muster within its walls was already evident in the gallery of mirrors and in the anterooms, reception rooms with their great chandeliers, gilt chairs and tables, and crimson plush curtains. Frasquita Carlos, used to the more sober palaces and furnishings of Spain, gasped as she was shown through the numbers of anterooms to the audience room of the king himself. For now, here she was inside the Versailles Palace. Her letter had already been taken to the king. And he, with his minister Letellier, was waiting in some little interest to behold the writer of the mysterious letter. Soon the great glittering doors at the end of the audience chamber opened, and Frasquita was brought forward.
Your Majesty.
Oh, come forward, mademoiselle. You are the writer of the letter I received some time ago.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And now you've come to explain its import. In other words, I'm to hear something to my advantage?
I hope it will be to your advantage, Your Majesty. It is something that will interest you greatly. Of that I am quite sure.
Oh, well, continue.
Well, I would like this to be for your ears alone, Your Majesty.
Oh, don't worry about Letellier. He knows all my secrets, don't you, rogue? Your Majesty.
Well, first, I must tell you of myself, Your Majesty. I am Spanish.
Oh, I knew that by your accent. Very interesting. Oh, you know, of course, that the Infanta Maria Teresa will be leaving Spain very shortly to come to the court of France.
Yes, Your Majesty. It was in Spain that I accidentally saw a life-size portrait of Your Majesty.
A portrait of mine?
Yes, I happened to be visiting the palace and the portrait was displayed. And no doubt it belonged to the Infanta. I tell you this, Your Majesty, to explain a strange coincidence which has come my way.
Let me hear more.
Have you any relations in Gascogne, Your Majesty?
Relations? Relations? But of course not, mademoiselle. The royal family are housed in Paris and here at Versailles.
I humbly beg pardon for my ignorance, Your Majesty, but As I explained, I am not of France, so I know nothing of its people. However, to continue, at the moment I am engaged in teaching Spanish to the ward of a Monsieur Georges Saint-Mars.
Oh, yes, I know the Saint-Mars family.
And I was struck by his likeness to yourself, Your Majesty.
Likeness to me? Mademoiselle, you presume. There is nobody in France like you.
You may be a foreigner, but sometimes ignorance can go a little too far. That was an insolent remark, woman.
Once again, I humbly beg pardon, but so great was his likeness that I felt I must inform the king of it. Your Majesty, here again I know I incur your displeasure, but to speak to you, to look at you, is like speaking with this student of mine. Why, you have the same eyes, the same hair, even the voices are familiar. It is so amazing that I feel quite faint. There is an uncanny feeling about it all, almost as though you were here and there.
Oh, dear. The woman impresses me, Letellier. Yes, the idea intrigues me. Letellier, can't you see the possibilities that I see?
I cannot, Your Majesty. There is no one on earth like the king.
Oh, no, perhaps not. But if there is somebody so much like me that this woman is astounded, perhaps that someone might be able to relieve me of many difficult duties.
Why, Your Majesty, you mean...
yes, this dancer, for instance, who persists in wanting to commit suicide. Now, if there were two kings here in Versailles, one who faces the difficulties and the other to enjoy the pleasure, it would be a most convenient arrangement for me.
Your Majesty.
A woman, I think the King of France will go to Gascoigne.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Frasquita Carlos, having discovered the amazing likeness between Edmund Marchioly and King Louis XIV of France, feels that perhaps she might be able to turn this knowledge to her own advantage. And so she goes to the king and tells him. The king, vain and spoiled, is at first annoyed that anyone should think that there is a person in France who resembles him. But when Frasquita convinces him that the likeness is amazing, he informs Letellier that perhaps the man might be useful to him.
Yes, Letellier, we shall pay a visit to Gascoigne. A secret visit.
As you say, Your Majesty, but...
yes?
A moment while I question the woman further. You're quite sure this extraordinary likeness does exist? If the king undertook the journey and found that you'd been making a mistake, the consequences might be very serious for you.
In my letter, sir, I wrote that I would be willing to risk my life. Also, if it pleases the king, I hope he will remember me if my information is of any value.
The king always rewards those who render service. You can withdraw, woman.
Yes, sir.
A moment. So, you're Spanish?
Yes.
What is the Infanta like, Maria Teresa?
She is short, Your Majesty.
Oh, short?
She has dark eyes. She dresses very quietly, and she is a very good woman. Twice a day she goes to her devotion.
Is she pleased at the prospect of coming here to France?
I do not know, Your Majesty. Naturally, she is happy in her homeland amongst her own people, and so long as she is left to her prayers, nothing else seems to matter.
Ah, I see. Very well, you may withdraw, and... Oh, by the way, this visit of mine must be kept secret. You understand?
Oh, yes, Your Majesty.
Nobody must know. Not even those at the household of Saint-Mars.
I will respect your wishes, Your Majesty.
And now you may go.
Yes, Your Majesty.
That was fine. A good woman. A nice prospect for me, I must say. She has all the qualities that make for a queen, Your Majesty. What? Short? Oh, she'll look like an acorn on the throne. And if she dresses quietly, she'll be very much out of place in the court of Paris. Still, Your Majesty, it is to you to whom the people look. She is just a necessary political move. Quite true. But if she's all this woman says, and there's someone like me in Gascoigne, so much like me that it's hard to tell the difference, well, perhaps he may prove a very useful servant. Give orders, Letelia, and arrange a journey straight away. And remember, not a word to anybody, not even the Cardinal. But if Cardinal Mazarin finds out... the Cardinal's busy in Paris with his affairs. Also his niece, the lovely Maria, is there. So he'll be content that we're apart. Tell me, Letelia, why doesn't the Cardinal like my attentions as far as his niece is concerned? Oh, it's difficult to say, Your Majesty, except that... Well, there have been so many women in your life already. All have been thrown aside. Perhaps the Cardinal feels that this may be the fate of his niece. Oh, Letelia, if you only knew she responds, Letelia. Oh, that's why I'm so anxious to rid myself of this dancer. And that's why I dread the coming of the good woman from Spain. Yes, it seems when she comes that we shall have vespers in our bedchamber every night and prayers every morning. What it is to make sacrifices for your country.
Oh, it is your father.
Maria, the special ambassador from France is here. I want you to come with me at once and discuss details concerning your journey to France.
Yes, father. I've just come from Vespers. Oh, father, as I sit here in this lovely walled garden, the world shut out, I wonder why it is that I have been chosen to make France and Spain happy.
You will be Queen of France? You realize that, Maria?
I would rather have my walled garden, the quiet, the birds, and my chapel. Father, is it true what they say about the extravagances in the court of Paris?
France is a prosperous country. The taxes are heavy, and the king has a great deal of money to spend. I'm told that his trappings are magnificent.
They feast from 7 in the evening until 3 the next morning at a long table. The king and the entire court. And no one may leave that table, I am told, until the king has drunk himself under it.
Maria, who has been telling you these fanciful stories?
Oh, they aren't fanciful, they're true. Oh, Father, I know you are trying to allay all my fears. I know nothing of this kind of life. I have been brought up in a convent. I have lived in seclusion. And now I am to be the cynosure of all eyes, the Queen of France. Queen of a king with 100 lovers. Oh, Father, there only some way out.
Oh, do not cry, my dear. It is true I've heard rumors, but never believe a rumor until you are faced with the facts. And one can never tell. Perhaps the wholesomeness and the sweetness which is you and which is Spain may reform this wanton king. Perhaps yours is a heaven-sent mission.
Only have you taken leave of your senses to burst in like this, and without knocking, indeed.
But, monsieur, we have visitors, royal visitors.
Royal visitors?
Yes, monsieur. The king. It is the king.
The king of France here. Monsieur.
Will you come, monsieur? I was so confounded I was beside myself. I didn't know what to do. I didn't dare ask the entourage to wait. Already they are coming up the steps and into the hallway.
But of course, that is as it should be. The king of France, monsieur. Give orders to the servants to prepare food and wine at once. Where is Monsieur Raymond?
In the drawing room with the Spanish governess.
Tell him to go to his room at once and to stay there until I send for him. Tell him that quickly.
Yes, monsieur.
Your Majesty, this is an honor. The greatest honor that has ever been conferred on me in my house.
You are George Saint-Mars?
Yes, Your Majesty. I had the honor, the great honor of being at your court 3 years ago. I most humbly hope that you can remember me.
Oh, yes, but of course I remember you now that you're on your feet once again. You were presented by my Lord Cardinal.
That is right, Your Majesty. Will you come this way? I am terribly unprepared. I had no idea, but I have the servants busy. Soon there will be food and wine, everybody comfortable. Your Majesty, if you will come this way.
Oh, thank you. You know Letellier?
By name only. It's an honor to meet you, sir.
They are hot, dusty roads in Gascoigne. We all need wine to wash the dust from our skirts.
Yes, but the others can stay here. Gentlemen, if you'll remain seated here for a little while, I have some business to discuss with Saint-Mars.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Yes. It's a comfortable home, Saint-Mars.
It has not the elegance of the Parisian houses, Your Majesty, but I am a man of the country.
Yes, so I see.
If you will be seated here, Your Majesty, near the fire. I've already given orders for food and wine.
Where is your ward?
Huh? 1,000 pardons, Your Majesty, but
You didn't reply to His Majesty.
Well, I didn't quite catch what you said, sir.
Your ward. What's his name, Letellier?
Edmund Marchioly.
Oh, yes, Edmund Marchioly. Where is he? I want to see him.
Why the hesitation? You're keeping your king waiting. The king has come here specially to see Edmund Marchioly.
To see my ward?
Yes.
But, Your Majesty, my ward is just a country peasant.
I want to see Edmund Marchioly.
If you waste the king's time any further, you'll incur his extreme displeasure.
Yes, Your Majesty. Certainly, Your Majesty. But why this interest? I mean, my ward couldn't possibly be of any interest to so high a personage as you.
Do you want to be placed under arrest, Saint-Mars?
Yes, sir.
Then do as you're told at once.
Certainly, sir.
Henri. I come, sire.
Yes, sire?
Ask Monsieur Edmund to come down here at once. The king is waiting.
Yes, sire. At once, sire.
Saint-Mars, and why are you so reticent about your ward?
Am I reticent, sire?
Reticent? It would seem almost that you don't want him to be presented to me.
I'm quite certain of that. The beads of perspiration on your forehead, Saint-Mars. Of what are you frightened?
Your Majesty, when you see my ward, you will understand. And please don't blame me. It wasn't my doing. I swear it wasn't my doing.
What wasn't your doing?
The fact that I raised this boy to manhood. Some may condemn me. You perhaps may send me to the gallows. But, monsieur, I did what I was told. I obeyed one far higher than myself. One who almost ranks with you.
With me? To whom are you referring?
My Lord Cardinal Mazarin. He gave the child to me. And when you see him, you will understand why.
So the King of France is on the threshold of a mighty secret. In a moment or so, he and Edmund Marchioly will be face to face. What is the relationship between the king and the young man from Gascoigne? And what will be the result of this interview? Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The man in the iron mask.
Georges Saint-Mars is stricken with fear when he hears that the king wants to see his ward. The king and his advisor Letellier notice Saint-Mars' ill-concealed fright and ask him of what he is afraid. Saint-Mars, without revealing the true facts, blames Cardinal Mazarin.
Please, Your Majesty, when the truth comes out, do not blame me. What I did for France.
Yes, but what did you do? Is there some secret about this man?
Secret? Secret?
Quickly, Saint-Mars, out with it. The king grows very impatient.
My lips are sealed, Your Majesty.
Do you want the rack?
Let me explain, sire. The cardinal swore me to secrecy. The cardinal made me take an oath. If you want the secret, go to the cardinal and he will tell you.
Monsieur Edmund.
Look. Here he comes now. My ward.
Mon Dieu. That man. It is you, Your Majesty. You walking towards us.
This is your king, Edmund.
King? Your Majesty, this is an honor.
You may rise. Let me look at you. Mon Dieu. It sends a cold shiver down my spine. Almost as though I were gazing into my own looking-glass.
You're the King of France. And yet I look at myself. Your Majesty, I am confounded.
This secret. We must find out about this secret, Letellier. Will you tell me this, Saint-Mars? Are we related, this man and I?
Related?
Yes, quickly, tell me.
My lips are sealed. I would be in danger of hellfire if I told Your Majesty. But the cardinal, he will tell you all. Why, look, here come my lackeys with food and wine for Your Majesty. I beg 1,000 pardons for any delay that might have been caused.
Food and wine. What do we want with food and wine when we have an urgent matter like this before us? Prepare for a journey, Marchioly. You come to France with me at once.
Meanwhile, another was preparing for a journey. This was the Infanta of Spain. It was a sad day in the household of King Philip, for here was a marriage enforced by the cunning diplomacy and the iron will of Cardinal Mazarin. Picture Maria Theresa in her traveling hood and cape, the waiting carriages outside with strong horses ready for a long, long journey, the few waiting women whom she would take with her, and in her eyes a fear which at this last moment was undisguised.
Father, they're waiting for me now. Don't come down to the carriage. Please, don't come down there.
But why not, Maria?
The crowd. So many people wishing me well, seeing me out of the city. I will break down and cry. I know I will if you are there. You are all I have. The only person in this world I love. And I am leaving you. With Spain in its weakened state, while I go to France and to a lecherous king.
No, do not say that.
I know this for the truth. The son of the English ambassador, he told me in confidence, Father. I've lain awake night after night, wondering whether I shouldn't take my own life. I hate drunkenness, I hate loose living. And more than anything else, I hate the French for what they have done.
Maria, you must not talk like that. Oh, my dear, you become a French woman. Don't you understand it? What is more, you renounce all your Spanish rights.
That, too.
Oh, we are powerless to do anything but agree. Otherwise, the French army would crush us. Oh, my dear little girl, be brave. I'm sure when you reach France, when you see Paris, when you become acquainted with the king, all will be well. God will help you to reform him, if his tales are true.
Yes, Father. That is where my faith lies. If my courage fails, there is my faith which will keep me on the path. Oh, if only I could take you, our whole household with me, perhaps things might be easier. But as it is...
Listen. the bells of the city. This is your moment of departure. You won't let me come down?
Oh, no. I just sit in my carriage to see you on the steps, fading away. No, I couldn't bear it, Father. Stay on the terrace if you will. And then when the carriage turns at the drive, I'll wait. Goodbye, dear Father. And thank you for your loving care all these years. I will never forget you as long as I live.
We shall meet again.
That will be my constant prayer. Goodbye.
Meanwhile, other carriages were transporting a royal burden, rumbling on towards Paris, carrying with them a young man who was so amazingly like the sovereign King of France. Edmund, accompanied by his guardian, sat in the last carriage of the entourage, a little dazed by the suddenness of the events and the appearance of his king. He had given up asking questions of his guardian, who now sat slumped in his seat, his face buried in his hands. It was a strange journey, and Edmund could detect apprehension and fear in the attitude of his guardian, and wondered what this secret was that made him the center of so much interest. Eventually, the carriages came to Paris and to the palace of Cardinal Mazarin. The king decided that there must be no waste of time, and in a few minutes he was on his way through the great velvet-hung hallways towards the private rooms of the cardinal himself. Edmund had been told to wait in an anteroom.
Lord Cardinal, the King of France approaches. It is the King.
The King?
His Majesty here.
Why, Your Majesty, I thought you had decided to stay in Versailles.
Versailles? My lord, I have not been in Versailles these 3 days. I have been in Gascogne.
Gascogne?
Yes, does that mean anything to you, my Lord Cardinal?
Gascogne is a prosperous country. I have heard, though, that at the moment they are in need of rain.
Yes, but they aren't in need of their king, are they?
I beg your pardon?
Not in need of their king, when his counterpart lives and breathes in that very province. Why was I not told?
I find it difficult to understand you, Your Majesty.
Somebody is lying, either you or Saint-Mars.
Saint-Mars? You saw George Saint-Mars?
I went direct to his castle. I brought back the young man who was a living image of myself. Now, let's not waste any more time, my Lord Cardinal. You may be my advisor, you may rule the whole of France in my name, but I am the king and I am the law, and you must do as I tell you this very instant. Who is this man, and why is he so much like me?
Why do you come to me?
Because this Saint-Mars told me that you hold the secret. Now come, don't keep me waiting. This matter has disturbed me greatly, and I'm not accustomed to worry.
I can see that you're determined to learn the truth. Very well. Sit down and I will tell you. This is going to come as a great shock.
Yes, at the moment I'm prepared for any shock. This likeness isn't a coincidence, eh? He is a relation of some kind, a cousin perhaps.
Much closer than a cousin. He is your twin brother.
Twin? Brother?
Yes, Your Majesty. He and you were born of the same mother on the same day. His rights and yours should be equal.
Equal? You mean...
I mean, Your Majesty, that if he so willed, he could lay claim to your throne, too. There should be 2 kings of France, for you both have the same rights.
This is fantastic.
Yes, Your Majesty. And that is why we had him taken away, hidden in another part of the country. Because with 2 kings of France, one would rise and strike the other down. 2 people could never sit upon the same throne. You can understand that, Your Majesty. Why, even now, if the truth got about, there might be an insurrection, a revolution. You may be deposed and this other put in your place.
I think I'll sit down. Oh, this news has staggered me. I didn't realize the implications.
That wasn't the only reason why the boy was taken away. Your dear mother will bear proof of what I tell you. Go to her, and she will tell you the same story. Before you were born, the astrologers foretold that twins would be born to the Queen of France. They also foretold that there would be strife and that one would strike the other down. That is why your father and I decided that Edmund, your twin brother, must be disposed of.
You mean?
It was decided when your brother was born that we would keep his birth a secret, that we would tell the waiting populace that only one had been born, and that the astrologers were wrong. At that time, we also decided that we would put an end to the life of the other baby.
And yet you didn't do this.
No.
Why?
Because, Your Majesty, your mother, your dear mother, is like all mothers. She has a love for her children. She wouldn't allow it. In fact, she forbade it. It was then that your father and I compromised. We decided that the baby must be taken away and brought up under another name.
So, the man who waits out there in the anteroom is my brother.
With equal rights, Your Majesty. He, just as much as you, is the King of France.
The King of France? There is only one King of France, only one reigning omnipotent?
You mean there will be only one reigning omnipotent? It is the only way, Your Majesty. Edmund Marchioly must be put to death at once.
What will be the fate of Edmund Marchioly? Little does he realize as he waits in an anteroom that plans for his death are already being evolved. Little does Marguerite realize this same awful fate as she waits patiently in her cell in the Bastille, confident that her great love will bring them together once again. Make sure you hear the next exciting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
King Louis XIV of France has just made an astounding discovery. Having seen Edmund Marchioly, a young man who is the image of himself, he is told by the guardian, Georges Saint-Mars, that Cardinal Mazarin can reveal the secret. So the king hurries to Cardinal Mazarin's palace and orders Edmund to wait in an anteroom. The cardinal tells him that this Edmund is his twin brother. The cardinal then reveals the implications of this discovery, the fact that he, the king, has a rival for the throne. Both decide that the only way out of this is to have Edmund Marchioly put to death.
It seems to me to be the only way.
Oh, this is shocking news, my Lord Cardinal. I never realized that I had a twin brother. I should have been told long ago.
The secret was well kept. Only your father and I, your mother, and an attendant woman knew the truth. And, of course, Saint-Mars.
Does my mother know where Edmund went to and who brought him up?
Oh, yes. She had to be told the full truth. As you know, she's an affectionate mother. Apart from the affection she lavishes on you, she also thinks very often of the son whom she has never seen.
Oh, so she has never seen him?
No. Your father, before he died, made her promise that she would never go near the boy. He felt that it may lead to discovery. Even now, I'm not sure that we can put the boy to death, not until we persuade your mother.
Oh, but she has no say in the matter.
Well, she is, after all, the mother of the boy, just as she's your mother. She'd be horrified.
Well, need she be told the truth?
She'd find out soon enough. And if she discovered that you were responsible for his death, or that I was, I feel the whole of France would know. So great would be her rage and her grief.
Oh, well, after all, it shouldn't be difficult to persuade her. Oh, she's never seen Edmund. So her love for me must be greater.
Quite true.
And if her love for me is greater, then so is her concern for my safety. Yes, she would hardly see France split in half. Would you like to see us together, Cardinal? This brother of mine and myself?
I think you were very foolish to bring him here to this palace. The lackeys will gape. They will wonder.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. I ordered him to put a cowl over his head so that his face is partly hidden. Strange. When first I heard of this likeness between the two of us, I was hoping that he would work for me. Play the double, so to speak, when I have irksome duties.
That would be rather like playing with fire, now that the truth is out.
Incidentally, he is anxious to know about this secret, too. We mustn't tell him. As one can never tell. Between now and the time he meets his death, he might make a bid to escape. Yes, I'll have him brought in. Becky, would you bring Monsieur George and Marlis Ward to us?
At once, Your Majesty.
Is my mother still in Paris?
Yes. She lives a great deal in retirement, but you've known that for a long time.
Yes, I fear she does not approve of everything I do. My wine, my women, the way I conduct with court. But we're of a younger generation, my Lord Cardinal. Our viewpoint is different, and so are our lives.
One word before Saint-Mars comes. How did you find out the truth, Your Majesty?
I was informed by a Spanish woman in the services in Mar. She saw portraits of myself and was amazed at the likeness to St. Mars Ward. Here they come.
Good day to you, Saint-Mars. My Lord Cardinal.
Why, Cardinal Mazarin, we meet again. This time the circumstances are quite different.
Throw back the hood of your cowl. An amazing likeness. I thought so when he came to see me here at the palace some time ago. But now, as you stand together, I can't detect one single difference.
Who am I, my Lord Cardinal?
Who are you? It's a long story. Your guardian hasn't told you?
No, I leave that to you, my Lord Cardinal.
Well, I think it would be fairer not to tell you the truth, Edmund. It's enough to say that you are distantly related to the royal family.
So I am a relation?
A very distant relation, but you have no legal rights.
Oh, I think I understand.
However, in view of the fact that you and His Majesty are so much alike, we feel that you should not be seen abroad. After all, the king is the king, and nobody should be like the king.
This likeness has only become evident since Edmund shaved his beard off.
You were not always clean shaven.
No, Your Majesty. But 2 months ago I decided that I would shave.
It seems to have become the fashion. Here's the fashion which I started myself. But then all France follows the dictates of my fashion.
Is my real name Marchioly?
Yes. Oh, but I prefer that no more questions be asked about the matter. Very distantly, you and I are related, Edmund. So I will see, for the moment, that you're comfortably looked after in a house not far from here. You'll see to it, my Lord Cardinal?
I will, Your Majesty.
And then you and I and a certain lady will talk together. Make it soon.
Tomorrow, Your Majesty, if you wish it.
Preferably tonight. The sooner, the better. Every day is another day wasted. If you know what I mean.
That same day, Anne of Austria, mother of Louis XIV, was told that she would be receiving a visit from her son, the king, and also from Cardinal Mazarin. So that night in her candlelit apartments, which were not quite as gay as those in the palace itself, she waited eager to receive her son. For during these past few years since her husband died, she saw less and less of the young man who was now the King of France. The Queen Mother, unhappy in her own married life, was once again frustrated in her mother-love, for Louis had no interest in his mother, and yet she adored him. Soon a lackey announced that he had arrived.
Louis, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Good evening, Mother.
And we meet so rarely. I thought you were at Versailles.
Yes, I was, but I've travelled many miles since.
No kiss for me? I hadn't seen you for 3 months.
Oh, I'm sorry, but perhaps it's because I have so much on my mind.
May I enter now?
Oh, Cardinal Mazarin.
I was following the king, but if you have something to talk about together before I intrude and make us three...
Oh, of course not, my Lord Cardinal. Haven't the three of us arranged to be together so that we might discuss the most important matter?
You're worried, Louis. I can always tell. A little impatience in your voice.
I can't hide much from you, can I?
You're my son.
Mother, I've come here tonight to tell you that I've found out the truth.
The truth?
About your other son, Edmund.
Edmund? You've been told about Edmund? Cardinal, you made a promise.
The fault was not mine, Your Majesty. It was one of those accidents which do occur. It was brought about because Louis and his twin Edmund are so much alike.
Alike? I've often wondered. I've thought about Edmund so often. Days and weeks when I've wondered what he was doing, how he was developing, what kind of friends he had, what manner of man he was. So you know about him now, Louis.
I've met him. He's here in Paris.
In Paris? Edmund? Oh, Louis, where? If I could see him for just a moment, just a single moment. He, like you, is my son. I love him, even though I've never seen him since he was first born. I love him as I love you.
Mother, I think you were responsible for the fact that he's alive today.
Yes, Louis.
Rather a dangerous decision for you to make, wasn't it? You should know that there can never be two kings of France.
What do you mean by that, Louis?
Just this, Mother. If Edmund lives, my throne is in danger.
The whole of France is in danger. It may split in two.
And this means, Mother, that the decision reached by my father when Edmund was born, the decision reached by Cardinal Mazarin at the same time, should be carried out at once.
You mean?
I mean that Edmund must die.
Oh, no, no.
Oh, there's no other way, Mother. While he's alive, while he's free, he's a danger to me. And to the throne of France.
I won't allow it. I won't allow it, Louis. He's my son, just as you are.
That may be, Your Majesty. But there's no other way.
But there must be. Can't you hold him prisoner somewhere? Send him to some distant part where he can be under guard and yet be able to live his own life.
And what would his keepers say, Mother, when they saw that he was the image of me? What would the soldiers say and the guards of any prison, any fortress where we might send him? It couldn't be done.
But perhaps if he were disguised, if he wore a beard.
Oh, the likeness is so extraordinary that one day somebody would guess, and then the trouble would start.
I won't allow it, Louis. My own son to be murdered. I couldn't stand by and allow such a thing. Never.
A moment, Your Majesty. You spoke just now of disguise. Perhaps we could disguise your son after all.
In what way?
If perhaps we could fashion for him a mask.
A mask?
A mask of iron, which would cover his entire features and hide his face from the world. If we could fashion such a mask and lock it, then perhaps we may be able to keep your son alive.
So already there is the suggestion of a mask for Edmund Marchioly. Will the Queen Mother consent to this extraordinary suggestion? We all know that a mask was made, but who wore it? Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
in the Iron Mask.
Suggested from the story by Alexander Dumas, adapted for radio by Eric Scott, and a George Edwards production. When King Louis XIV of France discovers the truth about Edmund Marchioly, the fact that he is his twin brother, and that this was kept secret when the twins were born, he and Cardinal Mazarin decided that the young man must be put to death. Otherwise, it would mean that there would be a rival for the throne of France. But when Anne of Austria, mother of these twins, is told, she refuses to allow this crime. She confesses that although she has never seen this other boy, that she bears him the same love that she has for her own son on the throne. It is then that the resourceful Cardinal Mazarin suggests that perhaps a mask might be made, which would cover his entire features. A mask fashioned from iron, which would enshroud his head.
My Lord Cardinal, you are a wizard, a magician. This is a most wonderful suggestion.
An iron mask?
Yes, Mother. It would mean then that nobody would ever be able to see his features. Nobody would know that he was my twin, my image. And he could still live.
Without any danger, Your Majesty. We could lock him away somewhere, and his warders, his captors, the soldiers would never guess.
An iron mask covering his face. Oh, it seems so cruel. He would suffer.
Not necessarily. I will talk with an able blacksmith that I know of. He will make the mask, I am sure.
It is horrible, my Lord Cardinal. The thought of it, to be condemned to wear a mask for the rest of his life. My own son.
It is either that or death.
No.
Then, if you allow him to go free, the results would be disastrous for France.
Of course. Mother, don't you see? France would split in two. One half would rally round Edmund. The other would stay by me.
There would be civil war, and perhaps France would wreck itself. You have your duty to your country. Remember, you were once Queen of France.
Oh, Louis, what it is to make a decision such as this. There have been so many times in my life when I wished that I was not a queen. When first I married your father, we were never happy. You know that. We lived separate lives. A marriage to benefit Austria and France. And now this.
Your Majesty, your people, you made one sacrifice. You can do it again, and the boy's life will be spared.
Perhaps you're right, my Lord Cardinal. There are the lives of millions to be considered here in France. And yet in my heart there is an aching feeling for a son I have never seen. And I can't bear the thought of this mask. To be forever locked in it.
But he needn't always wear it, Your Majesty. Perhaps later we might make arrangements to have him taken to some island far away, with his guardian as governor of the island, his captor, so to speak. Then, at certain times, he could be free of this mask, but only at certain times when there were no soldiers about, no warders.
And what is to be done with him in the meantime?
Oh, we must keep him here until we find such an island, of course. Now come, Mother. Make a decision. This is something I wouldn't force on you. You must make the decision yourself.
Very well, Louis. It seems to be the only way. But there is one condition.
What is the condition?
He is my son. I have never seen him, yet I have wondered all these years. I would like to have an hour with him.
You wouldn't tell him the truth?
No, he will never know the truth. But I feel that just a little of my longing would be satisfied if I sat with him for an hour, talking with him, listening to his voice, looking into his eyes and saying in my heart, "This is my son, my other son, the boy whom I have never known."
Why, my Lord Cardinal.
Good evening. I have wasted no time. I have come straight to you to prepare you for certain news. First, I must congratulate you. You are the most fortunate young man in France.
I? Fortunate?
Yes, indeed. Today it was planned that you were to be put to death.
Put to death? But for what? What have I done, Lord Cardinal?
It's not what you have done. It is what you are. The image of the King of France. And you should know, as everyone knows, that the King of France is supreme. No one is allowed to be like the King of France. Fortunately, there is an alternative. That alternative has been decided upon. From now until the day you die, you will be asked to wear a mask.
A mask, my Lord Cardinal? What kind of mask?
A mask made of iron. A mask which locks behind your head.
Oh, no. Oh, please, no, my Lord. I don't deserve this.
It's not for you to say, young man, what is deserved and what is not. It is enough to say that this is an order from the King of France. An order which you must not question.
But I do question it. I've done no wrong. I've always been a loyal citizen.
You question the commands of the King of France? How dare you? Let me add this. When this mask is made, when it is put on your head, if ever you so much as breathe a word as to the reason for this procedure, you will be instantly put to death.
The next morning, Anne of Austria prepared herself for this all-important day, for it was a critical day for her. She was to come face to face with her own son, somebody whom she had yearned after for so many years. Perhaps this yearning had increased because of the lack of love shown her by her other son, the king. Anne, at this stage of her life, was a tired woman in middle age, a woman who looked 20 years older than her years, a woman who had suffered greatly in her lifetime. For Louis XIII, when she married him, shared the same distaste for their marriage, which had been her feelings too. Now, on this morning, she arrived at the guardhouses at the back of the palace, where Edmund was kept under heavy guard, and was there met by Edmund's guardian, Georges Saint-Mars.
Your Majesty, this is a great honor.
An honor? Surely not an honor to visit my own son.
Be careful, Your Majesty. The guard.
Don't worry. The door is closed.
The King and my Lord Cardinal have issued very special instructions. Only I am allowed to look after Edmund, who is in the other room. Food must be passed from the guard to me, and I take it to him.
You knew I was coming?
Yes. My Lord Cardinal told me what happened yesterday. I am very grateful to you, Your Majesty. To me, he is like a son, too.
You and I have never spoken of this secret matter since the day he was born, Saint-Mars. But believe me, I am truly grateful for the care that you have shown. Tell me, has he grown into a fine young man? Is his character a good one?
One of the finest boys that one could ever meet. I say this, Your Majesty, even though I am his guardian. There is not a blemish in his character, except perhaps, well...
There is one?
One cannot help human nature. There was a very pretty young girl, the daughter of a peasant near our estates. He fell in love with her. He wanted to marry her against my will.
The daughter of a peasant? When he has a claim to the throne of France? If Edmund only knew. May I see them now?
Yes, Your Majesty. Edmund, Her Majesty the Queen Mother has arrived.
Thank you, Saint-Mars. I would like to be alone with Monsieur Marchioly, if you don't mind.
Certainly, Your Majesty.
Well?
Well?
Have you nothing to say?
Nothing.
You know who I am?
Yes, my guardian told me. You are the Queen Mother. I cannot understand why you've come to see me.
I heard that you were going into retirement for some time. I came here today to wish you happiness.
Wish me happiness? Of what? Happiness in a mask locked away from the world? Happiness with my face in prison so that it will wizen up and shrivel away? I don't know what you have to do with this, Your Majesty. But your wishes make me suspicious. You have come here to gloat.
But don't say that. Why should I, a complete stranger to you, act in that way? I heard you were a little unhappy. I felt you might like the comfort of some woman. That is why I came.
You came to comfort me?
Yes. Let me look at you. Ah, you're young, aren't you? On the threshold of life. So like my own son. And yet so unlike him.
Unlike His Majesty? But that's why they're doing this. Because nobody can tell us apart.
I think I can. You see, I am not...
Yes?
I am a woman. Please, monsieur, do not talk to me as though I were an enemy. I feel sorry.
You feel sorry? How can you stand there and say that? You see, I know the truth.
The truth?
Yes, my guardian told me. It was you and the king and my Lord Cardinal who made this cruel decision. And yet you pretend that you come here to comfort me. It was curiosity, wasn't it? Curiosity because you, the king's mother, heard that there was somebody in existence so much like a son.
Oh, please don't hit me.
Well, look your fill. And as you look into my eyes, see the hate there.
Oh, no. No, not from you.
Hate for you and for the cardinal and for the king. I only hope that my words will force you to have me shot dead. That would be far better than an iron mask.
The man in the iron mask.
After the decision has been reached by the king and my Lord Cardinal, who has really coerced Anne of Austria into also agreeing that Edmund Marchioly must be made to wear an iron mask for the rest of his life, Anne of Austria, who is really the boy's mother, feels that she would like to see him, as she has never set eyes on him since the day he was born. Anne is broken-hearted about this decision, but is made to understand that because of the extraordinary likeness between the king and Edmund, it is the only safe course to adopt. When she is left alone with Edmund in his room in the guardhouse, a great bitterness flares up. Edmund tells her he has learned that she was one of the three who made the decision, and without realizing that she is his mother, he tells her that he hates her. This is torture for Anne, who loves her son.
Don't say that, Edmund, please.
I hate you for your curiosity. That's why you came to see me. They've all told you, haven't they, that I'm like your son? What's more, I hate you for the decision you came to, ordering for me a living death. May you suffer the same agonies one of these days.
You don't know what
May you
you're
suffer
saying.
and suffer and suffer. My only hope is that because I've raised my voice against the Queen Mother, you might decide after all to shoot me dead. That would be kinder. Now get out. Leave me alone!
Edmund, I heard your voice raised. What has happened in here?
Look on her, Uncle. This is something you'll never see in France again as long as you live. I, an ordinary common man, have told the Queen Mother exactly what I think of her. Exactly what I think of the King and the Cardinal and the rest of the pack of hounds. And all she can do is stand there and weep. Why don't they put me to death for it, Uncle? Why don't they kill me outright instead of this talk of a mob?
Edmund, you have no right to talk to Her Majesty in this way. She came here with kindness in her heart.
Kindness?
Yes, kindness. Here is something that you didn't know. The first order was that you were to be put to death. And then Her Majesty interceded. She didn't want you to die.
There may be a time, Edmund, when you will not need to wear a mask. When we can find some island secluded, secret and safe. I wanted them to spare your life. And when they suggested the mask, it seemed the only way out. Oh, please, Edmund, forgive me if you think it was cruel. I wanted you to live.
But why? Why?
Why? Because you're so like my son. And I am a mother. I love my son. I couldn't bear the thought of anybody like him being put to death.
Oh, you see, you made an unpardonable mistake, Edmund. Her Majesty came on a mission of peace. I didn't realize that.
Of course you didn't. But I can understand why. Leave us, Saint-Mars. I think now that he understands, perhaps my visit will not be wasted after all.
Yes, Your Majesty. I don't know why you bothered. I'm a stranger.
Not a stranger, really. Because you are like Louis. I've been told that you never had the care of a mother. I felt that you might need a woman near you at this moment. Soon you will be taken away, then banished to some island. I thought you might need company, for they tell me you're a good man.
Oh, please don't say any more. You make me feel ashamed. I can only humbly apologize for what I said to you just now.
I accept your apology gladly. Let me look closely into your face. You are so like him.
I've been told that I'm a distant relation. The Cardinal hinted that the relationship was not legal.
Don't talk of that. Just talk of yourself. The kind of life you've led. What your tastes are. What you think. You see, as you've never had a mother to confide in, to talk to, perhaps if I could help, if I could make you a little less sad than you are at this moment. Always in the world women have been able to help in that way.
There has been one woman in my life. Not a mother, certainly. But she was everything else to me. Tenderness, beauty, understanding, loveliness. And then she vanished.
And you still love her?
With all my heart, with all my soul. As I've been condemned to live in this mask, I shall think only of Marguerite.
Marguerite? What a pretty name.
And she's like the Marguerite. Her lovely skin soft and appealing like a flower. But I don't know where she is, what became of her. In my future suffering, my only comfort will be to think of my Marguerite as she was when we were together.
Edmund, this mask. Don't worry. Please don't worry. It will not be a burden, just something to hide your face. Oh, we talked and talked of you so much last night. You see, there would be so many complications. My son, the king, and you. It is for France. Please remember that.
But why for France?
People get strange notions. They may think because you are so like the King of France that you should have a claim to the throne. This I tell you in confidence. But please understand that to rule today is to live on a volcano. One never knows when it will erupt, when there will be a conflagration. And there are so many who seek to make trouble. Oh, please, understand me, Edmund. I understand the difficulties.
I'll try, Your Majesty. But it's beyond my comprehension. If they could but trust me.
I would trust you with my life. But the king, the cardinal, they rule France. Who am I to interfere in their affairs? My husband once ruled France, but he is dead now. I sit by and watch. Edmund, your lot will not be hard to bear. When we find an island, you will be more or less free.
More or less?
Oh, forget your bitterness. Here, take my hand. Now, tell me something of yourself. From the early days when you were a child. It will help you to confide in a woman. You will be happier. Tell me everything. This love of yours, the girl herself. Unburden yourself and pretend. Try and pretend that I might have been your lover.
Smoke in the dust. A filthy place, but this man knows his work. Stop there, Smithy.
The Lord Cardinal has come to see how your handiwork is progressing.
It is an honour, my Lord Cardinal, a great honour. And look, the work it is 3/4 finished.
Gad, what a hideous face.
But very effective, Monsieur Colbert. Look, I am fastening a steel trap here just under each ear. This means that the slit will go from ear to ear, and the bottom half of the mask drops just a little so the prisoner may eat.
Very ingenious, Smithy. Even prisoners must eat. But the size of this mask, is it not very heavy?
My Lord Cardinal told me to make it heavy.
Did you?
Yes, Colbert, I will explain later. And the lock. What is the lock, Smithy? Can you fashion a lock that cannot be unlocked unless it is by order of the king?
Oh, that is the most difficult operation of all, my Lord Cardinal. I feel I have been beaten.
What?
But just a moment, my Lord Cardinal. I have the alternative. The mask can be forged on, and can be only taken off by a blacksmith by the order of the king.
By the order of the king? You heard that, Colbert? Forged on and can only be taken off by order of the king. Excellent. Excellent. You do your work well, Smithy. Will the mask be finished tomorrow?
Yes, my Lord Cardinal, I'll work all night.
Splendid. I will inform the king that we are pleased.
Yes, my Lord Cardinal. Thank you, my Lord Cardinal. It's a great honour that you came here, my Lord Cardinal.
Certainly is. Such a filthy place I've never seen. Come, Colbert. A most excellent piece of work.
The weight of the mask. Could the prisoner wear such a thing and live?
That's just the point, my dear Colbert. The prisoner wears this weighty mask and dies.
Come on, don't you want your supper?
Oh.
Now make it lively, otherwise you'll get none.
I ask your pardon. I didn't hear you coming, jailer. Besides, usually...
Usually what?
The other jailer knocks on the door of the cell. I so often sit on the other side there, just by that little grill, looking out into the night.
Oh, so the other jailer knocks on the door, does he? Are you sure he doesn't bow and click his heels and say, "Dinner is served, milady"? Yeah, take your bread. I've got no time to waste.
Yes, jailer, yes. Where is he? The other one?
Old Edward? He's down with some kind of sickness. You wouldn't be surprised if he croaked.
Oh.
Just at a time when we have work to do. This empty cell next door to you.
Oh, yes. The cell where the woman was found dead.
Yeah. It has to be prepared for another. Such preparations I've never heard of in my life before. Double iron bars to be put on the window. And double locks on the doors.
Double locks? Double bars? Oh, but nobody could escape from here, jailer.
That's what I say. But whoever this prisoner is, he must be a dangerous one. They tell me they're even going to lock his head in.
His head?
Yeah. From what they say upstairs, he's to wear an iron mask.
Here is surprising news. Little does Marguerite realize that the man in the iron mask is her own adored Edmund. It seems that Providence, in its strange, mysterious way, will bring these lovers together. But the ghastly conditions make it seem that perhaps it would be better if they were apart. Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Because of the extraordinary likeness between the King of France and Edmund Marchioly, it has been ordered that a mask be made for Edmund, so that no one will ever be able to see his features. A jailer in the Bastille, whom Marguerite has never seen before, comes on this night with the black bread for her supper, and he is grumbling because old Edward, the other warder, is ill. Apparently there is a great deal of work to be done in the empty cell next door. There is to be a very special prisoner, it seems, for extra bars must be put on the cell and a new lock. And the warder tells Marguerite that the prisoner is to wear an iron mask.
Have you ever heard of such a thing? A mask for the whole of his head. And having imprisoned his head, they'll then throw him in this cell next door.
It seems they make doubly sure. Who can he be?
I don't know. But then we are never supposed to ask questions. But I think he must be someone dangerous. Some strong gorilla-like man whom they fear, who might escape if he were given the chance. But with a head of iron and double locks and double bars in that cell, why, he couldn't escape even if he were the king. Yeah, why am I talking to the likes of you when I have half a dozen others to hand out something else? Next time I come, young lady, you'll be waiting for me. No big pardons and knocking on the cell door, understand?
Yes, jailer. If old Edward gets well, will he be back here?
I don't know, and I don't care. He's an old fool. They tell me he once had a house of his own, lived like a gentleman. Perhaps that's why he can't stand up to the damp and the slime down here, and the rats and the spiders and the drafts. Thin as a match he was. I don't think we'll ever see old Edward again. Might see his ghost, though. Yeah, we might see his ghost.
Oh, Edmund, where are you now? In my heart there was hope. That kind old warder, Edward. But now, if he doesn't come back, if anything has happened to old Edward, what is there to hope for now? No hope at all. And our star promised so much.
Has everything been prepared, my Lord Cardinal?
Everything, Your Majesty. The smithy is in there with the mask. The soldiers have been ordered to bring Marchioly in.
Wearing his cowl, I hope.
But of course, Your Majesty. There is still a little more to be done, as you will see.
And what is that?
A very ingenious device to lock the mask. You will see, Your Majesty, if you will step inside.
Your Majesty, I am your most humble servant.
Oh, get up off your knees. Now, what is all this? Fire and an iron pot.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The device I spoke of, but that will be explained later. This, Your Majesty, is the mask.
Oh, dear. What a hideous gargoyle. Hideous and enormous.
Very heavy, Your Majesty.
Oh, my Lord Cardinal, haven't we made a mistake? When that is put on a man's shoulders, he'll surely frighten his captors away.
Very good, Your Majesty. But feel the weight of it. I particularly want you to feel the weight.
I can hardly hold it for the weight. It'll need a neck of great strength to hold that mask.
Exactly, Your Majesty. And one wonders for how long can a neck and shoulders support such a mask. You see what I mean.
Mon Dieu. Brilliant mind you have.
And if death came by natural causes, well, for some it would be a happy release. They have brought the prisoner. Bring him in here, Captain, and tell your men to wait outside.
Yes, my Lord Cardinal.
Your Majesty. Well, Marchioly, the work is done. Here is the last piece.
May I withdraw?
I told you to withdraw. Get out, all of you.
Yes, my Lord Cardinal.
This is the mask? Yes. This is the mask. But such a thing on my shoulders. Oh, Your Majesty, this is not what the Queen Mother promised. The Queen Mother is not in a position to promise anything. I am the king. This is the mask which has been ordered. All right, Smithy. Place the mask on his head.
Oh, no, Your Majesty.
Have mercy.
If you resist, Marchioly, it will be much worse for you. There's a fire here and certain other implements if you give trouble. I think we can persuade you.
Why don't you kill me? I begged you to take my life. But to put that thing on my head. To die a slow death of torture. Oh, please, please have mercy.
Sit down. Let the smithy do his work. Otherwise...
Very well. If this is the way you want to murder me, I see I can do nothing about it.
Smithy, go about your business.
Yes, my Lord Cardinal. If the prisoner will remove his cowl and cape. Now then, sir. Keep perfectly still. This goes directly over your head. Keep still. So.
Gad. He looks frightening. But how is it kept there? This mysterious lock, my Lord Cardinal.
Watch the smithy. You see he is busying himself now. He is preparing to forge a lock. Don't you see, Your Majesty? He will weld the mask upon the prisoner.
My Lord Cardinal!
There will be no key. The only way that mask can be removed is when a smithy, by your orders, unwelds what he has welded.
Now then, I must take this job of all. Now, keep quite still, sir, for I have the red hot iron here. Now.
No! No, I can't stand it! Take this thing off! The weight on my shoulder!
Keep still!
I won't keep still! Take it off!
Don't move, you fool!
No! No!
Your Majesty, the man is uncontrollable. We'll have to tie him and bring in the soldiers now. Captain! Captain! Hurry! Bring your men in. Bring ropes. We must tie this prisoner to his chair. Otherwise, the work will never be done.
Take it off! Take it off! Please, take it off! All right, you men. Take these tools away from the cell and make yourselves scarce. And thank your lucky stars that we're only just in time.
Is the prisoner due?
Any minute from now. Let me see now. Everything as it should be. Very special kind of prisoner, this, from what I hear. Yes, the double bars are up. The double locks, and I have the keys here. But, oh, dear, at the end of the passageway, a troop of soldiers. He's on his way here now. Go on, clear off, you men, up those stairs and report for duty at the gate.
Yes, Tyler. Come on, you men, now, all
that was a close save.
Your prisoner is arriving, jailer.
Huh? Oh, it gave me a start. Wondered where the voice came from behind your bars there. Yes, he's on his way now.
What is it, jailer?
Even Elvis. What is it? A nightmare?
Nightmare? What do you mean, jailer? I can't see.
I've never seen such a sight in all my life. A half-dozen soldiers with their captain, and in the center, he looks like a demon. Something from another world.
Something from another world? I don't understand.
This iron mask. A whole iron face which he can hardly carry. The poor devil. Whoever he is, whatever he's done, he'll suffer for his sins. What?
All right. Go inside. Can't you see? So you won't answer, eh? Well, there are eye holes there, and if you won't go inside, perhaps this will help you.
You sent him sprawling. Did his head hit the ground with a crack?
Steady the ground. All right, you men, all right. Quick march. We leave him in your charge, jailer.
Yes, sir. Go on. Get up on your feet. Oh, got a bit of a thick head, eh? That's what it looks like, anyway. And now for the double bolts. Very special one, you must be. Who are you, then? So you won't talk, eh? All right. But there's not going to be any trouble from you, my man, otherwise you'll know what's what. That's it. You know, up to the gates for more work. Nothing but work in this place. Nothing but work.
Have courage, sir.
What?
Have courage. I can't see you, but I know you must be suffering. Hope for something, for somebody. Because it's hope that has kept me alive.
Voice. This mask, it's sending me mad. I'm losing my reason. That was the voice of Marguerite.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
It seems that the great love of two people, Marguerite Frederick and Edmund Marchioly, has at last brought them together again. But the circumstances are ghastly. Marguerite, of course, is imprisoned in the Bastille, hoping against hope that one day her lover will come and free her. Edmund does come, but he is brought by soldiers, a hideous iron mask clamped over his head, and he is thrust into the cell next to Marguerite. Marguerite has seen him go by. She does not recognize him, but she hears him moaning. And now, through her cell, she calls to him and asks him to have faith.
I'm going mad. This is a nightmare. Now I hear voices.
Keep hold of your reason, sir. I can't see you, but I know what you must be suffering. I saw you go by. Have faith in the future, and I'm sure you'll survive.
It is her. I'd know that voice anywhere. But it's coming from nowhere. I'm losing my reason.
I'm in the next cell to you. I can't see you, you can't see me. But as the doors of these cells are so close to each other, we can at least talk sometimes in the darkness. And a friendly voice is so great a help.
You're addressing me?
Yes, I'm in the next cell. A prisoner. We're two of a kind.
She answered me. Then I'm not dreaming. This is not an hallucination.
Poor man. What you must have gone through. That ghastly iron hood.
It is you. It's Marguerite.
Marguerite? You know my name?
No, your name. It's the name I've whispered over to myself day after day for weeks, for months. Marguerite, is it really you? Answer me quickly.
Yes. Yes, of course it's Marguerite. But you, I don't recognize the voice. Who is it?
Perhaps you don't recognize the voice, because it's stifled in this mask. Oh, darling, don't you know me?
No. No, it couldn't be. It's not... Oh, Edmund!
Oh, sweetheart, where are you? This great weight on my head, I hardly know where I am, what I'm doing. But now I'm at the door of the cell. My hands are going out, trying to find where you are.
Oh, you can't reach me. But the doors are closed. At least we can talk. Oh, Edmund, my heart, what have they done to you? Why are you here? And that terrible instrument of torture, what does it all mean?
It's a strange story, Marguerite. The king has put me here.
The king?
Yes, because I'm so like him. Nobody dare be like the King of France.
Oh, Edmund.
Don't cry, my dear. At least I've found you. At least after these months of anxiety and torture, we're close to one another. But you... why are you here? What does it all mean?
Oh, I can tell you nothing of that, Edmund. They came for me, men on horseback in the carriage. They took me away by force. They brought me here to the Bastille. There was no explanation, nothing. Then I was told by a kindly warder that I must prepare to meet my death.
Your death?
Yes. If it had not been for the fact that a woman died here in this cell, perhaps I would have been cold in my grave.
Don't talk of such things.
It's true. But this kindly warder, he allowed me to change cells with this woman. And he went up and reported that it was I who had died. They buried this other woman believing that she was me.
Marguerite, this is terrible. We must have some enemy, some fiendish enemy who wanted to kill you, who perhaps has put me here. And yet it is the king who's done this to me, because I'm so like him. Oh, Marguerite, I would give my life at this moment just to be there with you, to hold you in my arms, to look at you once again.
Oh, I love you, Edmund.
And I love you. Even now, with this great weight on my head, the feeling that my neck will soon break, the feeling that my head has burst, I still feel that I can keep alive thinking of you, loving you every moment that I'm spared.
Oh, Edmund, if only I could help you. You're being tortured in there, I know you are. If I could help you, darling.
I feel a different being already, just hearing your voice, knowing that your love is near. We'll escape somehow. A crazy, fantastic wish, perhaps. But Providence has been good and kind. It has guided us each to the other. Maybe Providence will find some way out for us both.
Your Majesty, you must come to Paris at once.
What?
Yes, Your Majesty. The Infanta is arriving a day earlier than expected.
But how is this?
There seems to have been confusion about the day of her departure. Apparently, she left a day earlier. But the point is, Your Majesty, that you must be in Paris for the presentation tomorrow.
Oh, that's impossible. I've arranged the hunt tomorrow. The presentation, everything must wait.
I might also inform Your Majesty that I've come to Versailles for another purpose today.
Yes?
I have come to make arrangements to send my niece, Maria, into the country.
Was that your niece? I didn't know she was here in Versailles.
Then if you didn't, Your Majesty, you must have a bad memory, because you dined with her last night.
Listen to me, my Lord Cardinal. Let us be frank with each other. I happen to be very much enamored of your niece.
That is unfortunate, Your Majesty.
But why?
A marriage of state has already been arranged. And my niece, well, I'm sufficiently fond of Maria to safeguard her good name.
Are you suggesting...
Your Majesty, you and I have never quarreled. We've always seen eye to eye. I have bowed to your wishes. And you have been happy to have me near you because I've watched your finances. But when it comes to my niece, I would like you to know, Your Majesty, that I am dispatching her to a convent in the country tomorrow.
Now listen to me. Supposing I was prepared to forego my marriage.
Forego the marriage? When so much has been done to bring it about? The alliance between France and Spain? Your Majesty, we have thrashed this out for months and months. We both know how important Spain is as an ally. It means the safety of France. It protects us if there were aggression of any kind. Your Majesty, it is out of the question. And tomorrow the Infanta will be presented to you, Maria Theresa, your future wife.
Maria. And Maria. Two faithful names in my life. How right you are. That's what always annoys me, my Lord Cardinal. How confoundedly right you always are.
Mercedes, another handkerchief, please. Yes, Your Highness. Oh, the dust, the dirt. It has been an awful journey, but we will soon be in Paris, Your Highness. That will make you happy. Happy? It will be the beginning of a new life for you, Your Highness. I have heard so many wonderful tales of the French court. The ambassadors come from every corner of the globe. The entertainments are lavish. The women dress beautifully. And you, Your Highness, you will lead all the fashion. I wish you could change places with me, Mercedes. Change places with you, Your Highness? Yes. It means nothing to me, this glitter of the court. Mine has been a quiet life spent in convent walls. If I'd had my own way, I would still be there. But, Your Highness, think of the honor and the glory. You'll be Queen of France. What will the king say, Mercedes? When I tell him that I am not prepared to sit at his banquet table until 3 o'clock in the morning? I cannot bear to see men and women drunk, you know that. Nothing like that has ever been allowed in the Spanish court. And besides, there are women, I believe. Women? You mean? The king is very fickle. And from what the son of the English ambassador told me, it will make no difference, even if he does take a wife. Oh, Mercedes, if only this carriage would turn around and take me back to my father, to my home.
Why, look, Letelia. Through those windows. The carriages are rumbling up. Oh, yes, the future Queen of France arrives. I must hold my breath, Letelia, and hope for the best.
The first carriage has stopped, Your Majesty. She'll be in there, of course.
Why, look, Your Majesty. Tall and slim and dark. Oh, why, she's beautiful, Letelia. She's...
Just a moment, Your Majesty. That's the maid-in-waiting. She's handing the Princess Maria out of the carriage now.
Oh, mon Dieu, not bad.
I'm afraid so, Your Majesty.
Short. I loathe short women. Dark like a grease spot. And the way she walks. Oh, Letelia, I can't stand it. Maria, 100 miles away. And I have to contend with this.
You are the king, Your Majesty. I know you have your obligations, but you should do as you like.
As I like? I wonder.
Yes, Your Majesty.
To be here and to be 100 miles away, it could be done.
Oh, you're thinking of Maria Mancini. Oh, no, Your Majesty, you are not a magician.
Oh, aren't I, Letelia? Oh, perhaps not quite that, but you seem to forget that I have a double. Perhaps with careful handling, my double might prove a useful ally after all.
So the king, in such a predicament, may now turn to Edmund Marchioly, who lies in torture in the Bastille, with the terrible mask of iron locked on his head. Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Adapted from the story by Alexander Dumas and written by Eric Scott, a George Edwards production. Cardinal Mazarin has just dispatched his niece off to a convent in the country. The next day we find the king and his advisor Letellier looking through the windows which overlook his mother's palace. Maria Theresa is expected, and soon they see her step from a carriage.
Why was I born a king? Why am I Louis XIV? Oh, to be forced to marry a frowsy sack of coal like that.
Your Majesty, she is not quite a sack of coal.
Yes, but look at the way she walks up the steps. Or look at my mother coming to meet her. Oh, the difference between the two of them. My mother, tall, stately, willowy. Ooh, now she's embracing a sack of coal.
Your Majesty's wit can be biting. Perhaps she's quite comely when one views her at close quarters.
She's all quarters, my dear Letellier. Oh, dear sweet Maria Mancini and I weren't even allowed to say goodbye.
One thing I can't understand, Your Majesty. It seems that you allow the Cardinal to dictate to you.
Dictate to me? No one dictates to the king. What do you mean?
I merely passed the remark, Your Majesty.
Well, I look upon the Cardinal as a sort of second father. He was a close friend of my own father and my mother. He guided their policy successfully. He looks after all my affairs of state. Well, I feel that if ever my Lord Cardinal left me, I would be much a harassed man. I prefer to enjoy my pleasure and allow the Cardinal to endure the cares of state.
The next day there was great activity in the King's Palace at Versailles, for a royal visitor was to be welcomed. The whole court was called to a reception for that evening. The dukes and the peers and the marshals of France were summoned, and also the chief officers of the king's household and the general court. There was to be music and dancing and the presentation at the throne. All that day the lackeys and the servants were busy preparing the throne room and the ballroom beyond, filling these luxurious rooms with sweet-smelling flowers and additional candelabra, loading the tables with every kind of drink, with collations of fruit, oranges, citrons, and dried fruits. And meanwhile, Maria Theresa was being adorned in the best that Spain could offer. But it was a poor best, for she had heard of the lavish magnificence of the women's dresses in the French court.
If you will stand quite still, Your Highness, I will pin these flowers in your hair.
My dress is sombre, isn't it?
Your Highness, you always look beautiful in black, especially with the pearls.
I fear that black is not becoming to the French court. How soon before we go to the reception?
Half an hour.
Half an hour. And then I walk through a great room. Hundreds staring at me. A foreigner from a strange land wondering whether they should curry favor or spy behind my back. Perhaps they will do both. And then at the throne, the meeting with Louis.
But your moment of triumph, Your Highness, when he asks you to sit beside him.
Triumph has meaning only when it applies, Mercedes. It is no triumph for me. Somehow I feel it will end in tragedy. I have a horrible foreboding, something which I can't shake from my mind.
Your Highness, your good nature and your kindness will make you no enemy. These French people, they will all love you, just as your father's subjects did.
I wonder.
And so Maria Theresa, adorned in her black velvet with pearls, made her way when the hour came to the king's palace, accompanied by Mercedes, several other attendants, and the Queen Mother. Both women gasped as they entered the great throne room, for here was a blaze of light. The rooms decorated with luxurious comfort and splendor, a profusion of tapestries and paintings, marbles and silver plates set everywhere on massive silver stands. The gilded furniture gleamed in the candlelight from great chandeliers, and the damask of the armchairs blushed red. The colors of the velvet doublets and the brocaded gowns played in the light, and the diamonds sparkled, and the golden and silver vases and salvers, flagons and ewers shone so brightly. As she arrived at the great doors, there was a hush over the assembly. And then slowly Maria Theresa advanced across the floor to the throne. She could see him already, the king, her future husband. But it was a face misted in the brilliance of lights. And as she drew closer, the outlines became clearer. Now she was at the bottom of the steps leading to the throne, and she could hear Cardinal Mazarin's voice.
It is my honor to present Maria Theresa, Infanta of Spain, King Louis XIV of France.
Your Majesty. A pleasure I've been looking forward to, Your Highness.
We trust you had a comfortable journey, Your Highness.
Yes, my Lord Cardinal.
Will you sit here with me?
Thank you, Your Majesty.
What do you think of our court?
It is brilliant. I don't think I've ever seen so much color in all my life.
Oh, you'll get used to that. Yes, it'll be a worrisome night for you, I fear. So many people to meet and so few who are amusing. My one complaint is that we lack amusement here in our court.
Lack amusement? From what I hear, Your Majesty, you are always being amused.
Oh, Your Highness, I see you have a sense of humor. Well, there is, after all, amusement and amusement.
I don't quite understand.
Well, when one is bored, one can always invoke the aid of humor. Don't you agree?
I don't think I understand, Your Majesty.
Music, I think they're starting to dance. We'll be expected to dance, too. That is, if you're taught dancing in Spain.
We are not savages, Your Majesty. Of course we dance.
But I see you prefer not to. If you'll excuse me. Oh, Letitia, she's impossible. What? A bore. A most incredibly dull and stupid bore. She doesn't understand what I'm talking about, and I don't know what she's talking about. Oh, what have we got ourselves into? Oh, Your Majesty, be patient. Patient? Can you imagine me with that sitting at the head of my table? I made a joke just now, and she looked aghast. Oh, something will have to be done, Letitia. I'm not sure even now that I can go through with it.
Edmund.
I'm here, Marguerite.
Oh, you didn't speak when I first called. I get so frightened. Oh, Edmund, darling, you feel perhaps a little better?
I'm not sure how I feel, Marguerite.
The mask. Are you getting used to the mask?
The mask? It presses more and more heavily on my shoulders. The gun seems now to be running to my head. It's like a weight that you carry for miles and miles. Each mile it grows heavier, heavier.
Oh, darling, if only I could help you. What are we to do, Edmund, you and I?
What is there to do? We're both prisoners, trapped. If I raise a cry, if I demand to be let loose, I lose my life. That's what the king said. And yet, here in this mask, oh, heaven help me, it cuts like a knife into my back.
Oh, if only dear old Edward would come back.
Edward?
He was the warder who saved my life. A kind old man. A man who has seen better days. If only he were here, perhaps we might... I said we might be able to throw ourselves on his generosity. He's our only hope, Edmund.
Our only hope?
Yes, my darling. Somehow I feel that if he knew the truth about you and about me... He had a daughter once, rather like myself. That's why he took pity on me. Oh, Edmund, darling, if he came back... Darling? Edmund? Edmund, answer me!
I try. It's only by an effort that I hold myself up. My hands clenched round the bars. Marguerite, you must be brave, but I feel that this may be the end.
Yes. Oh, no, Edmund, don't leave me. Edmund, hold on to life.
It's stifling, smothering. And the weight of my head. I knew it would kill me. Oh, sweetheart, I'm not strong enough to fight it. Even with your love. Even the fact that you're so close.
Edmund.
Oh,
Edmund, speak to me. God, help us. Help us.
Make way for the King of France. Make way for the King of France.
The King. The King.
So the King of France is about to pay a visit. And already we know what is in his mind. He wants to use the likeness of Edmund Marchioly and himself to his own advantage. But will the king be too late? And what of Marguerite in her cell, so close to her lover? Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
When Edmund Marchioly has the dreaded iron mask clamped on his head and is thrown into the Bastille, he finds that his beloved Marguerite is in the cell next door. But the first flash of joy in this knowledge gradually becomes a torture, for the weight of this mask is slowly killing him. One night, as Marguerite, unable to see but still able to talk with him, speaks out to him from her cell, she suddenly realizes that his voice is gradually becoming fainter and fainter. It is then that she knows that the mask with its weight and its horror is slowly annihilating him. As she breathes a prayer for help, there is a sudden murmur. At the end of the long stone passageway, a voice cries out,
"Make way for the King of France!"
The King of France? Why is the King of France here? When he passes this cell, perhaps I could catch his attention. Edmund! Edmund, my darling, please answer me. Hold out a little longer. Oh, he doesn't answer. It's been too much for him, this mask. Oh, Edmund.
It's the cell next to this one, Your Majesty. Now, step carefully, Your Majesty. The dirt and the grime in these dungeons...
Don't stop bowing and scraping and open the cell door.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Shut your mouth! How dare you, a felon, address His Majesty?
But what?
Get back! There. Now, well, let's shut your mouth. Back from the bars! Back, guard! Why, Your Majesty lies on the floor so still. Hey, you!
Here, don't kick him. I want him preserved.
Preserved, Your Majesty. But I fear... Just a moment.
Is he dead?
I'll put my ear close. If I could hear his heart...
What a filthy place it is here, Your Majesty. Really, you shouldn't have come. It's rather necessary. What a curse that is dead just when I want him alive. You're right to tell you. The smells down here are worse than the tenements on the other side of Paris.
Your Majesty, he still lives.
Oh, good. I only hope the mask has not been too much for him. I want him to live for some time yet.
As he is unconscious, you will not be able to conduct any conversation with him at the moment, Your Majesty.
Yes, I can see that. Oh, Letellier, tell the filthy-looking warders to have him removed from here to the guardhouse of the palace.
And the mask, Your Majesty?
The mask must remain for the moment, until he's inside the guardhouse in the private rooms there. Also tell that smithy who made the mask to come to the guardhouse at once with his implements.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And, now I must leave here. Oh, such a foul-smelling place. I had no idea. I've never been so far down in the dungeons of Bastille before. I certainly wouldn't want to visit here again.
Your Majesty!
Who is it that's so persistently crying out?
Didn't I tell you to shut your mouth? You want the lash of the knife. Get back into the darkness there and don't dare peep and pry through your bars. Exalted company, parson, and it's not for the eyes of you.
How much longer will this operation take?
Not very much longer now, Your Majesty.
You've been nearly half an hour already, Smithy. The king is growing impatient.
1,000 pardons, Your Majesty, but when I did the job, you told me to do it well. And besides, I've got to be careful, otherwise I'll kill him.
Oh, I grow so impatient. I feel that I almost want to change my mind. All this bother.
Yes. There, I've pried it loose. I think we can remove the mask now. Perhaps if the surgeon stood by ready, just in case.
Stand prepared, Sergeant. If this man's life is lost, you lose yours, understand?
Yes, now if we take it carefully, all will be well. There. It's clear.
Oh, what a revolting sight. His face is blue. Are you sure he's alive, Surgeon?
Yes, Your Majesty. But I couldn't bring him to until the mask was removed. Now, however, with your permission, Your Majesty.
Go ahead. And call me when he's able to speak. Come, Letellier?
Yes, Your Majesty. Well, at least, Your Majesty, there's no likeness between you and your brother now.
Oh, you don't think so?
Never have I seen such a ghastly face. Oh, he has had his fill of torture behind that mask. One can tell. Oh. Some time elapsed, during which the king was paid a visit by Cardinal Mazarin, who was ignorant of the fact that he had moved his twin brother Edmund from the Bastille. Louis, of course, said nothing of the matter, and having signed several papers which brought the cardinal to the palace, he soon dispatched him and then returned to the guardhouse, where he found that a message had already been sent off to tell him that Edmund had recovered. So leaving Letellier to wait outside the door, he opened it slowly and walked inside. Edmund was lying pale and drawn on a small trestle table. He was still finding it difficult to breathe, but it seemed that the doctor had done his work. Edmund was conscious and was able to speak.
Well, my good-looking brother, so the world sees your face again.
What fresh devilry have you for me?
Oh, your manner is not engaging. That displeases me.
And you think that matters to me? I've only one life. Only one life for you to take.
My dear brother, I don't want to take your life.
And what is your idea? A series of fiendish tortures. Is this to be my punishment because I'm so much like you, my twin brother? My own flesh and blood?
My dear Edmund, I was horrified when I heard that the mask was having such an ill effect upon you. That's why I brought you here.
Don't lie. You saw the mask being put on me. You knew then that no human being could live under such conditions.
Well, perhaps I attributed to you greater strength than you really possessed. My dear Edmund, surely my actions approve my words. The mask lies there at your feet. You are no longer wearing it.
What do you want of me now?
Oh, I was tortured while you were in the Bastille, Edmund. You see, I have a conscience.
You are my brother. We are the same flesh and blood. And then I was overwhelmed by a brilliant idea. Why shouldn't my brother help me in my tedious kingly duties?
Help you?
Oh, yes, my dear Edmund. At the moment, we are not alike. Your colour, I fear, is rather alarming, and there are dark shadows under your eyes, and a rather revolting stubble of beard streaked with sweat. But when you bathe and suitably dressed, you and I will be as alike as two peas once again. Yes, that is why you can help me in my arduous duties of state.
I don't understand.
Well, then, let me explain further. Sometimes it is necessary for the King of France to be in two places at once. Sometimes there are duties the King of France is forced to face which are irksome to him. Today I conceived the brilliant idea that with you here in the palace, I would have a free hand. If I wanted to go elsewhere, unobserved, one might say.
You mean you want me to masquerade as you?
My dear brother, you are recovering. Your intelligence is sharpening. Now that's exactly what I want. You see, if one is a king, one has many obligations, especially to the fair sex. But at the moment there is a young lady for whom I pine, but she lives many miles away.
But, Louis, whoever you pine for can be brought to your door. After all, you are the king.
Ah, in this case, my hands are tied. She happens to be the cardinal's niece, and the cardinal, for some strange reason of his own, wishes to preserve his niece's safety. He has locked her away in a convent. Yes, Mazarin is an old fox. He knows that if I disappeared from the palace, well, I would be with his niece. So, if you are here dressed as the king dresses, the cardinal will leave Maria and myself in our romantic bliss, so far away.
So, you want me to masquerade as you? You trust me with such a charge?
Oh, my dear Edmund, it was Cardinal Mazarin who taught me to trust no one. Of course, I must trust you to a certain degree. But if you so much as breathed a word of this masquerade, I would put you back into the mask without hesitation. Is that clearly understood?
I haven't said yet that I accept your offer.
Oh, but you will. Yes, there's an island not far from the coast, Edmund. An island with a fortress. You will reside on that island with your guardian. You will, of course, be obliged to wear a mask when others are near. Not the mask on the floor. But now I could not bear the thought of your death. Rather would it be a mask of lighter texture, a mask which you could don and remove at will. Does the proposition appeal to you, Edmund?
If I refuse?
If you refuse, then a great deal of time has been wasted. I'll call the smithy, have this mask welded back on your head. You'll return to the Bastille. You've 10 seconds to make up your mind.
So this is the manifestation of your brotherly love.
1, 2, 3.
Your consideration for me.
4, 5, 6.
Your realization that we are, after all,
8,
of the same flesh and blood.
9, 10.
Just a moment.
Yes? Well, hurry.
I accept the proposition. But there is a condition.
Oh. And what is that condition?
There is a prisoner in the next cell to mine. A woman. I will do all you want me to do, Louis. If you set her free.
So Edmund bargains for the life and freedom of his beloved Marguerite. If his twin brother agrees, Edmund will be plunged into a strange masquerade. That of playing a king. Will he be able to carry this masquerade off successfully? And will Marguerite be freed from the Bastille? Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
in the Iron Mask. King Louis has his twin brother, Edmund Marchioly, brought from the Bastille, and makes him a proposition so that Edmund may take his place at certain times when the king wishes to be absent. Edmund agrees on one condition, and that is that his beloved Marguerite, in the cell next to him, be released. He says nothing to the king about his great love for this girl.
You want the woman in the next cell to you released?
Yes.
Why?
Those are my terms. Now do whatever you want.
But you've had no communication with this other prisoner. That would be impossible. You with an iron mask, which you could hardly carry.
Those are my terms.
You know the woman?
No.
Then why?
I want to help somebody else in distress, that's all. I heard her crying in the night.
Crying? Oh, just a moment. But I went down to the Bastille to talk with you. I remember the woman cried out. Yes, she was most persistent until one of the warders slapped her across the mouth with his fist. That silenced her.
The warder struck her?
Yes. But I can't imagine such philanthropy. Oh, my dear Edmund, an unknown vagrant in the cell next to you, and you want her to be released. What an extraordinary request.
It's not very much to ask. If you do this, I'll agree to do your work for you.
Very well, Edmund. She shall be released. But remember, if you don't keep to your part of the bargain, if you tell a living soul about this arrangement, no, I'll go further than that. If someone discovers that you are not the king and it is made public, you lose your life. Understand?
Yes, Louis.
Splendid. Yes, I think we shall work well together. Perhaps our blood gives us mutual understanding.
I could never understand you, Louis. Mine has been a quiet country life. But I have certain ideals, certain principles. And here I am face to face with the King of France. And he has no principle at all. You deceive your people, the cardinal, and even your women.
Take care, Edmund. I might change my mind even now. It only needs my word to bring the blacksmith running here, and that mask goes over your head once again, for the last time.
You have no fault to find with me, providing you keep your part of the bargain. And that I must see for myself.
I don't follow.
You must return me to the Bastille. With my own eyes, I must see the girl released. And then I'm yours.
My dear Edmund, you can go nowhere without a covering of some kind. Your face is so much like mine.
Then, with your permission, I go back into the prison with the cowl I wore once before.
Oh, faith, I've never heard of a man asking to be put in the Bastille. But if that's what you want, Edmund, you shall have it. In fact, you will stay there until I've assigned you to your duties. In the meantime, I'll give orders for the island Sainte Marguerite to be prepared for you. Your future home.
Now, if you'll step inside, sir.
Thank you.
The king has given orders that you must be brought whatever you want, sir. A bell has been placed inside the cell, and I'll assign a warder to keep within calling distance.
Thank you, warder.
And now, with your permission, sir, we'll bolt the door.
You have my permission. Now, let the warder assigned to me keep his distance. At the end of the passage will do.
Yes, sir.
Halt! Halt!
Edmund, is it really you?
Yes, Marguerite.
Oh, but I can't believe my ears. When I heard your voice, Oh, Edmund, what's happened? Where did they take you? And that warder, he's so changed. Why, he's acting as though he were little more than a servant.
He is little more than a servant now.
Oh, Edmund. So wonderful to hear your voice as I knew it in the past. Darling, where did they take you?
I can't tell you, Marguerite. It would be dangerous for you to know.
Dangerous?
Dangerous for you, and dangerous for me to tell you. It's enough to say my life has been saved, and that sometime soon you will be set free.
I?
Listen carefully, Marguerite. They may come for you any moment. Listen carefully to what I have to say. When they come for you, when you walk out the prison gates, go straight to your father, understand?
My father?
Yes. Go to Gascoigne. Hide on your father's farm.
But you, Edmund, what about you? Are they going to keep you here?
Not all the time. I've been assigned a very strange job of work. But I know that there may be a time while I'm doing this work when I can come to you. When I can hold you in my arms and tell you everything that I've wanted to tell you all these months. I promise I'll come to you, Marguerite, if you'll wait.
Oh, darling, I'm so bewildered. What is happening to you? And what was the meaning of the king's visit?
The king? Forget about that, Marguerite. Forget he ever came here.
But has he something to do with this?
Please, don't ask me any questions. Just remember what I've said and have faith and courage. Listen. The order has come through already. I can hear soldiers. It's your release. I knew it would come at any time. They're coming for you, Marguerite. Goodbye, my darling. Remember everything I told you.
I won't forget.
And remember this too. I love you, Marguerite. I love you with all my heart and soul. Never forget that.
Hush.
All right, open the door. This is the cell. By order of the king, the woman inside is to be released.
Meanwhile, at the palace, a court was being held. There were a series of entertainments on this evening in honor of the Infanta of Spain, Maria Theresa. But the king and Maria made a strange couple as they sat together at the head of the long table in the banquet room. Maria Theresa, overawed at the color and the noise, eventually stood up after the king had related another bawdy joke.
And they never spoke to each other again.
Perfect, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, have I your permission to withdraw?
Withdraw? But the night has hardly begun.
It's 11 o'clock, Your Majesty. But I've only been here 2 days, and I am a little tired. Perhaps the long journey by carriage from Spain to France.
Well, I trust that you'll soon regain a little of your strength. When you are the queen, you will have many late hours. Yes, many late hours indeed.
Quite so, Your Majesty, but if I may go now.
As you wish.
You are leaving, Your Highness? Yes, Louis. My cloak, if you please. Yes, Your Highness.
And then there was the amusing story about the prince who was better-headed. I think we've heard Your Majesty relate it before, but please, again. Well, this was very second.
Why, Your Highness, you're crying. It is nothing, Louisa. Nothing? Oh, Your Highness, I've been your personal maid for the whole of my life, and I've never seen you so unhappy as you've been since your journey to France. How I hate it all, Louisa. Those bawdy jokes. The king in his cup. Is this to be my life from now on? Your Highness, here comes His Majesty. Perhaps he wants to recall you. Oh, no.
Just a moment, Maria. If I have permission to detain you.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, go away, you. Get out of my sight.
Yes, Your Majesty.
You don't like me, do you?
Why, Your Majesty,
Of course you don't like me. And I don't like you. Do you know why? Because you're dull and stupid and short. I hate short women.
Your Majesty, you've had a little too much to drink.
A little too much? Oh, that's good. A little too much, eh? But it's only 11 o'clock. You'll be there till 3. And you'll be there too, my dear short, fat Maria, when you're queen. Oh, yes, you'll have your duties of state just as I have my duties. Yes, but you'll find, my dear Maria, that you have a very remarkable husband. You'll be in 2 places at once. You realize that, Maria Theresa? You'll be in 2 places at once.
You're in your cup.
You'll find him a most remarkable man. A man of two personalities. I wonder how you'll like Louis II.
Your Majesty, you speak so strangely. I know you have had too much wine. If we can talk tomorrow...
Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Yes, that's right. You'll be talking to the king tomorrow. Louis XIV. The second. Teresa, pale and trembling at the sight of her king with his bloodshot eyes and his leering mouth, believes him to be quite drunk. This, of course, is true. However, Louis's wild talk is a little imprudent if he wants his secret kept. Fortunately, his statements are believed to be the wild ramblings of an inebriated man. But what of the morrow? What will Maria Theresa's reactions be when she meets Edmund Marchioly in the part he is about to play? Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. One night when King Louis is in his cups, Maria Theresa leaves the banquet table, and he follows her and taunts her, and tells her that she will not be allowed to leave his board when she is queen. He then alludes to the fact that he is a very clever king, and will be able to be in two places at once. Maria, frightened of this drink-sodden man whom she is about to marry, believes this to be the ramblings of a drunkard. Yes, you'll find the most surprising changes in me. Oh, I have many sides to my nature. Perhaps one side of me might even like you.
Your Majesty, you've been drinking so much wine, you don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you'll see, poor, short, dumpy Maria Theresa, what surprises in store for you. Oh, yes, it'll be almost worth the joke, just because of its effect on you. You're quite sure you won't join me again at the table? The last joke I told was most amusing.
I prefer not to hear any of your jokes, thank you, Your Majesty. And now, good night.
It'll be a change of tune when you're my wife. Fortunately, you and I are forced to marry. Reasons of state. Frankly, I'd rather be married to Sphinx. Good night, Your Highness.
Good night, Your Majesty. Oh, Your Highness, forgive me, but I heard part of what he said. Your Highness, Why can't you go back to Spain?
Why can't I go back? We are just pawns, Louisa. Oh, you could never understand. We do what we do for our people. I am forced to marry that man in there so that Spain may be safe for another 100 years. Now listen to them. Oh, Louisa, how far away those convent walls are now. My father, my home, and the bells. Soon I'll be Queen of France. Soon I'll be part and parcel of that gathering in there. I am suddenly cold, Louisa. Let us hurry to our rooms.
Good evening, Cardinal. Good evening to you, Mother. Oh, this was an unexpected summons.
Louis, did you find it hard to tear yourself away from the palace? I won't keep you long. I just want the three of us to talk about Edmund Marchioly.
Edmund?
Yes. I find I still worry about him, Louis. Unfortunately, I can ask for no news outside. I want to know where he is now, what is being done, and about the Iron Mask, if it's a success.
Oh, it is a great success, Your Majesty.
Have you seen him?
Well, no, but that would be imprudent. The soldiers and the warders would wonder if His Majesty or myself visited too often.
There is something I have to tell you, Mother. A wonderful idea I have. Remember we talked about moving him from the Bastille to an island near the coast?
Yes.
Well, I found such an island. The island Sainte Marguerite.
The island Sainte Marguerite?
Yes, Cardinal. A beautiful island, so I'm told, with a comfortable fortress. Oh, there's an excellent suite of rooms there, which would be admirably suited to my dear brother. And in such a place, he would not always have to wear his mask.
But that was arranged, Your Majesty. The mask was to be worn for all time.
Cardinal, this man happens to be my brother. I feel it would be cruel to lock him for life into a mask of iron. At the island, he could please himself. After all, he is my own flesh and blood. A brother from the same mother.
Oh, Louis, it makes me happy to hear you say that. There was a time when I thought...
What?
There was a time when I thought you had no feelings at all for your brother. But now... Why, that's how I feel about him, the son I have never known, except for one interview a week ago. Oh, Louis, I'm glad that you have his welfare at heart. Aren't you, Cardinal?
Glad? Why, yes. Yes, of course I'm glad. I'm very happy, but very puzzled.
The next day, Edmund Marchioly received a summons from the king. And so he was brought from the Bastille, the black cowl covering his head and half his face. He was shown into the king's private apartments, and after the servants had all withdrawn, he was ordered to remove his cowl. The only other person present, besides the two brothers, was the king's confidential advisor, the Cadet.
Go on. Remove that cowl. Oh, yes, of course, he hasn't shaved the telly. That will make a difference.
Yes, of course, Your Majesty. Turn round.
What about the back view?
The same shoulders. He holds himself as you do. Even the way he inclines his head.
What flatterers I must have about me in the court. Everybody tells me that no one holds his head as I do. Nobody stands as I do.
Oh, Your Majesty. He is, after all, your twin.
True, Letellier. Turn round and face us again. Now then, to business.
Yes, Louis.
And kindly do not address me as Louis again. You may be my brother, but I'm the King of France. Remember that.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now then. Yes, I don't know whether you're aware of the fact, but in 5 days' time, I'm to marry the Infanta Maria Teresa.
Yes, Your Majesty.
However, I want to pay a little visit into the country before my marriage. It's most necessary for my peace of mind.
A little lady related to our dear Cardinal.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Incidentally, the Cardinal is very puzzled over my brotherly interest in you. Previously, he had arranged with me that you should slowly die in your mask.
I'm honored that the Cardinal should give such thought to me.
So if you should meet the Cardinal while I'm away, be careful. Be very careful. He's a crafty old fox. It's used to see him where possible, but if you're brought face to face, say little.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now, tomorrow night, I've planned a test for you.
A test?
Yes. There's to be a ball at Versailles, in the new Hall of Mirrors. Oh, one of the many boring functions which I'm expected to endure because of this hideous inventor. Now, tomorrow night, you shall take my place.
You plan to go to the country tomorrow?
No. Oh, no. First, I want to test you out. I want to see whether our amazing likeness will carry you through a public appearance. I shall be there, my dear Edmund, among the courtiers. Listening, watching, testing. Why, among the courtiers, I tell you, I may even hear some things about myself.
Indeed, you might, Your Majesty.
Yes. How amusing. Perhaps there may be a head or two lost in this next week or so amongst those who are now my favorites. Yes. Well, now then, Edmund. This morning I want you to dress in my court clothes. My doublet, hose, my plume cap, my orders, everything.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And then you'll be instructed by me where to walk, what position you will take, what you'll say, and how you will act towards the Infanta.
The Infanta?
Yes. Oh, yes, it's a ball to welcome Maria Theresa to France. I understand the ambassadors are to be presented to her. It will be a useful night for you. The Telia will be near you to instruct you and tell you who is who. Now then, let's to work and make our transformation.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Louise.
Yes, Your Highness. The new dress has arrived. I have it here.
Oh, open it, Louise.
Oh, these French fashions. If the dress is anything like those we saw last night, Your Highness, your lady-in-waiting Mercedes says that Your Highness will never get used to such fashions. Oh, Your Highness, look.
Oh, red. But I never wear red.
But this is a special gift from His Majesty. You dare not refuse, Your Highness. The ball is being given in your honor, and this came from him.
Oh, but Louisa, the cut of the dress, no back, and the shoulders bare. Oh, I've never owned such a dress in the whole of my life.
But you have beautiful shoulders, my lady. You have seen them. Perhaps the dress may become you after all.
I know I look dowdy. I know I look dull in my black velvet here in this French court. Perhaps my dresses should be brighter, Louisa, but in Spain there has been no call for such show. No call, nor the wealth.
Quickly, Your Highness, take off your robe and fit the dress on. It will become you, I know it will. Your shoulders, which no man has ever seen. I am sure this dress will make a transformation.
I feel I will be walking naked into the Hall of Mirrors. But yes, it is to be, it is to be. Very well, Louise. Here, take my robe.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Francois. I thought it might be the innkeeper. Shut the door. Now, sit down. Well?
Everything's arranged.
Good. What about the invitations?
It costs a great deal of money, but I got 7. Here's one for you.
In honor of Maria Theresa, Infanta of Spain, a welcome in the Hall of Mirrors for our royal visitor. This will gain us all admittance.
Yes.
You've done your work well, Francois. At last we'll be able to rid ourselves of this spendthrift king.
We must work fast. The hour to strike will be when he takes the Infanta to the ballroom for the first dance.
plot is being hatched against the king's life. But Edmund Marchioly will be the king on this night of nights. Make sure you hear the next exciting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
An adaptation of Alexander Dumas' famous novel, specially written for radio by Eric Scott and a George Edwards production. A special welcome has been planned in the Hall of Mirrors for the Infanta Maria Theresa. And the king and his confidant Letellier decide that Edmund shall now begin his masquerade as king. If this masquerade is successful, the real king can steal away from Paris without any worry. However, neither realize that a plot is being hatched to bring about the king's death on this very night. Near the River Seine, in the back room of a squalid inn, two men plot.
The first dance. It is then that we strike.
Once again, congratulations, Francois. Your men are well picked.
7 of the best swordsmen in France, and each one with an invitation.
Yeah, but how did you manage that?
I have friends inside the court. We will have to pay them well, but then we will reap our own reward once the king is dead.
Now, you mentioned something about the first dance.
Yes, Cadre. The king arrives first at the ball. He takes his place on the throne. Then comes the Infanta. Shortly afterwards, the music strikes up. Everybody, of course, will be waiting for the king to step the measure in the dance. He will lead out the Spanish Infanta, and as they pass the fountain...
Fountain?
Yes, there is a fountain near the archway which leads to the ballroom. As he passes there, my men will be stationed ready with their swords. Then, when he's on the floor, cut to pieces, we will make a rush for the side doors. It will be all over in a matter of a few seconds.
So came the evening of the ball for the Infanta. In the king's private rooms, instead of the usual 40 or 50 attendants rushing around the king, dressing him for this ceremonious occasion, we find only 3 people in these apartments. They are the king himself, hardly recognizable in a strange wig and beard, his confidant Letellier, and his twin Edmund Marchioly, who at this moment is almost unrecognizable as he stands in a powder blue doublet and hose, with diamonds glittering across his chest, his fingers, and his shoe buckles. His wig is new and beautifully curled, and rubies stud the handle of a highly polished ceremonial sword, which hangs at his waist. Letellier and the king eye him critically.
Gad, this is a transformation, Letellier. I begin now to lose a little of my self-respect.
Your self-respect, Your Majesty?
Yes. All these years I've been told that there is no one like me, the king. Yet here is the king before us. Play your part well, my dear Edmund. Otherwise, you know the penalty.
I will do what I can, Your Majesty. But this is an ordeal. All your subjects, your ambassadors, your friends, I must meet them all, speak with them as though I know them. What you ask me to do is almost impossible.
Oh, my dear Edmund, you make it sound difficult when you talk in this way. I might inform you that I, as the king, very often ignore my ambassadors and my courtiers. After all, I can do what I like. You have but to follow my example.
But your closest friends?
The people whom you must recognize are the cardinal, my mother, whom you've met before, and my wife-to-be. Take care of those 3, and the rest will look after themselves.
Besides, you will have me at your elbow. I shall tutor you. I shall tell you who is who. Tonight is lesson night. And what about you, Your Majesty? This disguise of yours.
Not a very good disguise. This wig fits loosely and the beard is execrable, but it will serve its purpose. Besides, I think it would be rather amusing to be able to walk among my courtiers, to listen to what they have to say. Perhaps I might pick up a plot or two, who knows? Turn round, Edmund, let me see the back view. Gad, he holds himself like a king, too. Letellier is amazing.
But he has not your walk, Your Majesty. If you would try that walk again, Monsieur.
Yes, Monsieur Letellier.
No, the king does not walk like that. Be more indolent, be at your ease. Ah, that's better. Your Majesty, to look upon this man, I truly believe that your plot will be successful. No one will know, unless he opens his mouth and says too much.
If he says too much, his mouth will soon be closed. He knows that. Just remember the mask, my dear Edmund. Then you will guard your words.
Keep still, Your Highness.
Oh, but this dress is so tight, Louisa.
You have always been used to loose fitting robes. One more clip and then the dress is done up. There. Why, Your Majesty, your waist is quite small.
Is it, Louisa?
Such a tiny waist. And what a beautiful gown. The king has very good taste.
Oh, but Louisa, the shoulders are bare. And the back, there's no back to the dress.
Turn around. Let me see your face, your figure from the front. Oh, Your Highness.
What is the matter?
Why, you look wonderful. You look a queen already.
A queen?
Your Highness, never have I seen you look so beautiful. Somehow the line of the dress, the small waist, the whiteness of your arms and your neck and your shoulders, the rubies around your neck. Oh, Your Highness, I never realized it before. You are a beautiful woman.
Beautiful? Oh, not I, Louisa. Nobody ever raved about me as a beauty in Spain.
But somehow this dress, it makes all the difference.
Oh, what does it matter anyway? To be beautiful or to be ugly? My fate has been decided. That bawdy, drunken king and I. Oh, Louisa, I wish I were home. Instead, tonight a fresh ordeal. A ball to welcome the Infanta of Spain.
So many carriages drove to Versailles. The richest and the most powerful families in the country, all to pay homage to the frightened little woman who was to become their queen. Some of these had seen the Infanta on her 2 other brief public appearances, and they talked of the ugly Spanish princess. But tonight they were to be surprised. For how can a princess look a princess when she dresses like a serving woman? Tonight they would see a transformation. At the fateful hour of 9, all the guests had arrived. The cardinal was there, and the queen mother, and all the greatest families of France. The hall of mirrors glittered with 1,000,000 candlelights, and the diamonds and the emeralds and the rubies on the women flashed back their vivid colors. Then suddenly the trumpets called. And now the opening of the great wide doors and the entry of the king. Let us follow this king closely. For here is Edmund Marchioly, walking the walk of the king, looking the look of the king, but intent upon only one object, the throne on the other side of this great room. As he walks slowly through the laneway of courtiers and subjects, they all bow low, giving much the effect of a wave rolling through this great hall. And now he is mounting the steps to the throne, his attendant Letellier beside him. Now he has seated himself. The courtiers are relaxing, talking amongst themselves. And Edmund, from his vantage point, is looking down on this great crowd in amazement.
They don't know. They don't know, Letellier.
Of course they don't, Your Majesty. How could they? To all intents and purposes, you are the king.
I can't see my brother.
Nor can I at the moment. But look, that is Cardinal Mazarin, see?
Oh, yes, I recognize him. Since he knows the secret of our likeness,
Perhaps he might recognize me. Oh, that's impossible, Your Majesty, for I can't myself. Listen. That could be the Infanta. She's arrived. When she walks through to the steps below the throne, motion her to sit beside you. A woman's intuition is dangerous. She may guess. Not the Infanta. She's the most unintelligent woman I've ever seen. The king agrees with me. She is also hideous to look upon. Did you say hideous to look upon? Why, I tell you, this vision in red coming towards me. She's beautiful. Mon Dieu. Is that the Infanta? Oh, but yes, it is. Why, she has a figure. And her shoulders like alabaster. What's the matter with my brother that he complains about her so? Except for my own love. I've never seen one as beautiful as this woman. She's made her curtsy. Tell her to rise to her feet. Rise, Maria Theresa. Sit here with me.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Excuse me, Your Majesty. One of the courtiers has just motioned me. A gentleman with a beard and a rather loose wig. You understand, Your Majesty? Yes, Letellier. You may go. You look very beautiful tonight, Maria.
I want no compliments from you, thank you.
No compliments? But why not? Every woman likes a compliment.
Not every woman. And a woman likes a compliment least from a man whom she despises.
Despises? Are you telling me that you despise me?
Yes, Your Majesty. Even at the risk of danger to myself, I can tell you now that I will never forgive you for the way you behaved last night.
Last night?
I married you for reasons of state, but I will loathe you for the rest of my life. You are a fop and a puppet and a drunkard, and your mind is bawdy. Isn't it time you asked me to dance?
To dance?
I was instructed in the fact that you and I were to have the first dance. The music has already started. The courtiers are waiting expectantly for us to walk to the floor and begin. Do we do our duty now? Or are you thinking of some fresh way to humiliate me?
Madame, I'm so surprised that I almost forgot my duty. May I have the honor of this dance? Rising to his feet, the king offers his arm, and once again the courtiers make a laneway as the king slowly leads the Infanta down the steps and across the floor towards the ballroom. But danger lurks by the fountain which they will pass any minute from now, for 7 stalwart men stand nonchalantly fingering their swords as they wait. Make sure you hear the next exciting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. An exciting night has arrived in the life of Edmund Marchioly, for he has been called upon to perform his first duties in his masquerade as King Louis of France. He makes his appearance as the king at a ball to welcome Maria Theresa, Infanta of Spain, who is to marry the king within the next 5 days. When he makes his entrance and walks to the throne, he is overwhelmed with a sense of amazement that no one has recognized the change. And when the Infanta arrives and treats him with cold contempt, he is still more amazed, for he does not realize that anybody would dare to be scathing with the King of France. When the music strikes up for the first dance, he obeys his instructions and begins to lead her to the ballroom. As yet, he is only halfway across the great floor towards the archway and the fountain. This is the fountain where a number of men now stand,
all ready to carry out their orders to assassinate the king.
He's coming. And just as you said, with the Infanta on his arm. Unfortunately, she'll be between us and the king. And perhaps if you could tell your men to move on to the other side.
It is too late now. The lane has already been formed. It would create too much attention. Besides, nobody crosses the king's path. We shall have to attack from this side.
Oh, what is the sleigh now?
The Infanta has dropped a handkerchief. The king stoops to pick it up.
Oh, this delay is unbearable.
Do not worry. He must pass here to get to the ballroom. Only another few seconds and we shall strike. Only a few more seconds.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank you for giving me the honor of doing a service for you. A very pretty handkerchief, if I might say so.
I am not surprised to see that you indulge in self-praise.
Self-praise? What do you mean?
Well, you sent me the gown as a present, and the handkerchief to match. Perhaps you would have preferred it if I had praised the handkerchief myself.
Don't you think it's a pretty handkerchief?
Foxy, very like the ones you wave yourself.
And you despise fops?
Yes, especially when their task would be to govern and to rule and to guard the welfare of their people, to fight, if necessary, in times of war.
But I can fight.
What? But how unbecoming in your powder blue. I am keeping you waiting, Your Majesty. In fact, we are keeping all the court waiting. They can only dance when we have set the measure.
Oh, of course. My arm.
Thank you.
You will forgive my dancing. I'm not an expert.
I have heard otherwise. You are expert in all the graces.
There seems to be a crush here. Stand aside, fellow. Allow us to pass.
Quickly, you men. What is this?
Out of the way, madame. You all like will be forced.
Maria, look out!
What is this?
Quickly, behind me. Behind my sword. In an instant, Edmund's sword was out, and before the amazed court, here was the man they believed to be their king, battling not with one, but with several swordsmen. The first he disposed of with a thrust. With the second, there were several parries, and then he was laid low. And the third was Francois himself. A formidable opponent, Francois. But now Edmund had leapt to the parapet round the fountain, and from here he fought Francois and two others who were advancing from the right. Edmund's quick action had saved a precious minute, and now several of the courtiers suddenly begun to realize that here was an attempted assassination. Success with speed had now failed, and several courtiers were rushing in with their swords, but already Edmund had laid low 4 of the 7, all before his amazed subjects, who had never had any knowledge of the prowess of their king with the sword. Little did they realize that this king was, in reality, Edmund Marchioly, noted for his lightning speed, his quick eye, and his courage with this formidable weapon. It was all over in the next 2 minutes. The last 2 men were taken prisoners, and before fainting, screaming dowagers, collapsing at the sight of blood and the pandemonium that the fracas brought about, the dead and the wounded were carried out. Immediately the king was surrounded by a babbling, admiring crowd. They touched his sword and kissed his hand, and for the first time in their two-faced, exaggerated way, they were sincere in their praises of the king's bravery. But the Infanta was not in this crowd. She was leaning against a pillar, trembling, frightened at this sudden onslaught, but staring at this king in amazement. For this was the man whom she had called a fop. Now the cardinal had thrust his way through the crowd, Letellier with him, and they hustled the king into a small private room. The doors were closed quickly, brandy was brought, and a physician.
Sit down, Your Majesty, sit down. We must have you examined at once.
Examined? What do you mean, my Lord Cardinal?
But you have been hurt. There is blood all over you.
Blood? But not my blood, I can assure you of that, my Lord Cardinal. These smears are from my sword. You can send this surgeon to the others. They will probably need him. Those who are alive.
But are you sure you aren't harmed? From where I stood, I thought you would be killed. A rain of swords and you fighting for your life. I had no idea that you were such an expert with the sword.
I have been having secret lessons, my Lord Cardinal.
Well, as I can tell you, you have all earned the admiration and the awe of your subjects. This is the most wonderful thing that has ever happened. It binds them all out there so close to you now. Why, you could lead the country in any war. That is something that I thought was impossible.
Well, after such a shock, you will, of course, retire.
Retire? But why? I'm not hurt.
But to shock you, man. Who is this, I wonder?
Oh, Cardinal, where is he? Where is my son?
It is your mother.
Louis. Louis, are you safe?
Yes, quite safe.
But the blood. Let me look at you, Louis. Oh, don't turn your head away.
I'm all right. Don't fuss about me, please.
But your mother is concerned, Your Majesty.
Oh, Louis, I thought I would never see you alive again. When those men bore down on you and the Infanta, too, why, if it hadn't been for you, she would surely have been killed. Oh, Cardinal, how brave he is, my son. A born leader for his people.
Stop talking like this, please.
I won't, because I am proud of you, Louis. Now I can tell you this. Something I would never have dared to mention before. I was ashamed of you, Louis. I thought you were a fop.
A fop? I've heard that word before.
Yes, but now, tonight, you have proved that you are worthy to be my son. Worthy to be your father's son. Long live the King of France, and may God bless him.
Marchioly. At last we're back in the king's apartments, safe and sound. But where is the king? That's the question. Where is his majesty?
No doubt he found a great amusement seeing an attempt upon his life.
Indeed, yes. And what a unique situation. To stand by and see himself being attacked. An attempted assassination. This masquerade is more useful than we thought.
Would that be his majesty?
Well, hardly. His majesty would not. Just a moment.
Why, Your Highness, Maria Theresa. Your Highness, well, Your Highness, His Majesty has come to his apartment to watch the blood from his hand.
Did I hear you say you wanted to speak with me alone?
Oh, Your Majesty, yes. Yes, if you please.
Would you leave us, Letellier? But Your Majesty... You will leave us?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Why did you want to see me, Your Highness?
Your Majesty, I wasn't sure that you were coming back to the ballroom.
Oh, but I am.
Some thought that you might not be. That's why I came here to your apartment. I want to thank Your Majesty.
Thank me? For what?
For saving my life.
Oh, Your Highness, I didn't do that.
Oh, yes, you did. Those first two assassins, if you had not thrust me behind you, they would have killed me, I know. Your swords were so close. Your Majesty, I spoke some harsh words tonight. I called you a fop. I hinted that you were unworthy to be the King of France. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
Oh, Your Majesty, what can I say to you? Perhaps I was burning with indignation because I saw you in your cups the night before. But tonight, you are a different person altogether. The direct look in your eyes, your bearing and your courage. Tonight, Your Majesty, I have seen not the king, but the man.
Maria?
I just wanted to come here tonight and tell you this. That I shall be proud to be your queen. Last night I hated you. Tonight I have fallen in love.
In love?
In 5 days' time we shall be man and wife. I shall not only be the Queen of France, I shall be the Queen of happiness, because I shall be near my beloved.
Here is a predicament for Edmund Marchioly, and a terrifying mistake on the part of Maria Theresa, Infanta of Spain. What will be the outcome of this sudden passion? Intrigue runs deep as Alexandre Dumas' mighty story continues, The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. When Edmund Marchioly takes his place masquerading as the King of France, the King himself is at the court disguised. But neither know that there is a plot to assassinate the real King, and when Edmund not only shows great prowess with the sword, but also saves the life of the Infanta, who is betrothed to the King, everybody is amazed at his bravery. However, he is hurried to his private apartments where a physician attends him, and finding nothing wrong, leaves him with the King's confidant, Letellier. Then it is announced that Maria Theresa, the Infanta, wishes to speak with him. When she is admitted, she asks Letellier to go. She wants to speak with the man whom she believes to be the King, alone. Edmund, in his disguise, suddenly experiences an overwhelming sense of dismay when he hears Maria tell him that in one night she has fallen in love with him.
Isn't it strange, Louis? Last night I hated you, and tonight... Oh, you're a brave, brave man. Not only are you a king, you are a man amongst men.
Don't, please don't.
And you have humility, because my praise embarrasses you.
You don't know how much it embarrasses me.
I owe my life to you, Louis. Do you realize that? In the ballroom, they realized it. If you hadn't been so quick and thrust yourself between me and the assassin, I would have died by his sword.
Well, Oh, what can I say? Don't judge me by my actions, please.
How else can the woman judge a man? Especially when that man is to be her husband. Oh, Louis, I do love you so. Until tonight, I think I've been the unhappiest woman here in France.
You have been unhappy?
If you can picture my life at home, brought up in a convent, rarely seeing the outside world, and my father and mother deeply religious, protective in my interests, and yet making a mistake in that. For I feel I would have been better fitted to be the Queen of France if I had seen a little of the outside world. I cried for 3 nights and 3 days after I left my home. I hated the sight of Paris and of you.
But why did you hate me, Maria? What have I done that made me earn this hatred?
Oh, it was mistaken hatred on my part. I have misjudged you, that's all. You were in your cups. You told bawdy jokes at dinner before me and before everybody else. It upset me most terribly. Oh, perhaps my mind should be broader. It's just that I don't understand those things in the world outside.
Please don't say that. From what I know of you now, your mind is pure and clean. Your eyes are fresh and clear, the eyes of a young, innocent girl.
Oh, Louis, I do love you.
Please don't say that.
Why not?
Well, think on last night. Think of my behavior. I'm so often like that. I could never make any woman happy, don't you understand? I'm often drunk and low.
It's only an escape, Louis. An escape from your cares of state. Oh, yes, it's also clear to me now. You have your worries all day, and at night you seek pleasure and excitement to try and forget the weight of matters of state. But I shall help you, Louis. Perhaps if I devote my life to you, you will not need to fly to such distractions in the future.
Maria, I want you to understand this. What I did tonight, I did because I had to. It was a matter of self-preservation. I am a coward at heart.
A coward?
Yes. And I don't want you to love me in this way. Not until you get to know me better. I swear I'm not worthy of you.
Oh, your humility again. Something has happened to me tonight, Louis. No matter what you say, I shall love you from now until the day I die. And now, good night. You must be weary. To fight 7 men as you did.
What?
Cannot I kiss you, my betrothed? And full on the lips. Please, Louis. Oh, Louis, what ecstasy. And now I shall tell you something. Perhaps you might find it hard to believe, but except for my father's paternal kiss, that is the first time I have ever kissed a man in the whole of my life. And what is more, it is the man I love, my husband-to-be, and my king.
In a moment she was gone, this vision in red velvet. And as she disappeared through the double doors, Edmund looked after her retreating figure, his consternation now rising to a kind of panic. It was with relief that he saw Letellier put his head through the door, and he called him quickly.
Letellier, come in here. Close the doors, quickly. Letellier, I want no more of this. The king must come quickly and take back his place.
My dear Marchioly, surely you aren't retreating from your bargain?
But you don't understand. Her Highness...
Don't tell me she recognized you, the real you.
Well, she recognized someone.
And I don't think it was the king.
Mon Dieu. Oh, she still thinks that I am King Louis. Where is His Majesty? I must talk with him. I must explain matters. He must not go away and leave me here.
Since when are you giving the orders? I'd keep a still tongue in my head if I were you, Marchioly. The king has been very lenient with you, even more than lenient. Look at you now. Instead of smothering in a mask of iron in the dungeons of the Bastille, you stand in the king's apartments, in the king's clothes, enjoying all his privileges.
There are some privileges I would prefer not to enjoy.
Oh, why, here is the king now.
Oh, Your Majesty. I'll be glad my face is clean once again. Oh, my brother Edmund, it was a rare treat tonight. One of the best shows that has ever been put on in the court of King Louis of France.
It took me by surprise.
And me too. Can you imagine such a droll situation, Letellier? The King of France disguised and viewing his counterpart marching through to the ballroom, and then an attempted assassination. Oh, mon Dieu. What would have happened if the assassins had run their swords through your heart, brother Edmund?
No doubt you would have been able to convince your people that you were the real king.
Yes, instead, you have done this most admirably. I congratulate you. You've carried the evening, and incredible as it may seem, I think you've added a little to the splendor of King Louis. You have no idea, Letellier, the way they're talking out there. Oh, how brave is our king. What a hero is the King of France. Hercules in disguise. Never have I heard so many praises fall about my ears.
You would have done the same under the circumstances, Your Majesty?
I? Oh, now then, Letellier, are you preparing to ask for a favor? Well, that flattery wasn't even subtle. You know as well as I that with a sword I'm like a newborn babe. But tell me, Marchioly, what did the cardinal say? I saw him rush off to talk with you.
He suspects nothing. Neither does your mother. Our mother.
Your Majesty, I feel badly about the Queen Mother. I feel guilty in this masquerade when she talked with me tenderly, with a mother's love. In fact, this whole situation has so many complications that I don't...
Now, don't tell me that you want to go back to the Iron Mask.
Oh, no. No. But, Your Majesty, there's one complication of which I would like to speak.
we must talk alone. Alone? Is it as private as that? It is private, and it is urgent. Very well. Stand outside the door, Sir Tellier, and don't let anyone enter. As you say, Your Majesty. Well, brother, this urgent matter? Her Highness the Infanta. Oh, yes, Her Highness. I say to like, did I not? At least so the courtiers say. She came here to these apartments to thank me. That is you. For saving her life. Oh, Your Majesty, it's not your intention to leave me here for the next few days. So that most certainly was the idea. Don't you understand, Brother Edmund? I'm enamored of the Cardinal's niece, and the Cardinal looks with disfavour on this weakness of mine. You must stay here, while I go into the country to have a tender farewell with the lovely Maria. Yes, her name is Maria, too. Isn't that a coincidence? That means that I will be forced to stay here and talk with the Infanta. Of course. But why are you so perturbed? Oh, she's not the best to look at, I'll admit, but tonight in that black thread velvet, she cut a much prettier figure. Yeah, in fact, I might find her amusing after all. There are no other ladies of passing interest in court. Don't say that! What? You use that tone with me? Louis. Oh, I'm sorry. You told me to call you Your Majesty. Very well, Your Majesty. I want you to understand this. Maria Theresa has led a sheltered life. She's gentle and pure in mind and heart. And she loves you. Loves me? Oh, that's right. She loathes the very sight of me. The feeling which I return. Well, now she loves you. Whether it was because of what happened tonight or whether... Oh, Louis, one favor I do beg and entreat of you. When you and the Infanta are married in 5 days' time, be kind to her, Louis. Will you please be kind? Why? Because you are her idol, that's why. Why, Edmund? Edmund Marchioly, my brother? I do believe... Oh, no, it isn't possible. Such a situation would be too droll, too ludicrous. And yet... Well, of course it must be true. What are you hinting? I do believe my twin brother has fallen in love with the Infanta of Spain. Oh, droll. Oh, extremely droll and how convenient.
Edmund Marchioly straightened and his fists clenched tight. The king was leering at him now, insinuating and sarcastic. Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.